Chapter 1069. The two fire dragons dragged the earthly realm cultivator into the cauldron, and the cauldron's lid closed. The entire world suddenly fell silent at this moment. No one spoke. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the gigantic everlasting cauldron on top of Alchemy Peak. This cauldron, which was much larger than an ordinary cauldron, had swallowed and refined an earthly realm cultivator. Now, it had swallowed another one. It seemed that this earthly realm cultivator would not be able to escape the fate of being refined and killed. The battle was originally 7 against 7, and both sides were evenly matched. But now that one of the opponents was down, the outcome of the battle was naturally different. 7 earthly realm cultivators, 6 of them were left. When there were 7 of them, the everlasting cauldron could kill one of them, let alone now that there were only 6 of them left. Everything became simple. Zichen and the others only needed to hold on for a little while longer. When the everlasting cauldron was free, they would kill another one, and so on until all the earthly realm cultivators were killed. When that time came, the army that came would naturally be destroyed. The everlasting sect, under the leadership of Zichen, had created another miracle. Blue flames rose from the ground, and the cauldron began to emit smoke. Screams of agony could be heard from inside the cauldron. These screams were extremely shrill, and at the same time, they were filled with fear and terror. Apart from the shrill screams, there were also sounds of cracking, which made the sound extremely unpleasant to the ears. Even though the screams only lasted for a breath of time before the light from the cauldron completely enveloped it, and the array closed up again, the screams were like a slap to the head, waking up everyone who was still in a daze. Then, there was an uproar. "Oh my God! 7 earthly realm cultivators, and one of them is dead. Another one is dead. The everlasting sect's methods are truly unbelievable." The cultivators on the side of the big sects were shocked, and their faces were filled with worry. Just as they said before, the everlasting cauldron could kill one of the 7. Now that there were only 6 of them left, wouldn't they die even faster? In comparison, the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Wuji sect in the sect guarding formation were extremely excited when they saw this scene. While they were excited, they were still cheering loudly. The cheers were almost hysterical. Their voices kept breaking through the formation and reaching the outside world. However, they didn't care, because the Wuji sect was going to create a miracle and kill the 8 Earth Origin Realm warriors. The 10 Earth Origin stage cultivators were still in shock, and they didn't attack immediately. This allowed Zichen's group to return to their battle positions. "Let's continue with our previous plan. We will delay them until Senior Cauldron Spirit sends us a message telling us to be careful. If we can't defeat them, we should retreat immediately. We don't want them to be driven into a corner and fight to the death." Zichen and his doppelganger stood together, facing another Earth Origin stage cultivator. At the same time, he sent a message to the others. Just now, Zichen was able to make the last strike and kill Earth Origin stage cultivator because his doppelganger had blocked the attack for him. The others nodded and readied themselves for battle. This time, they were full of confidence. 5 of the 6 Earth Origin stage cultivators looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this moment, seeing one of their companions being killed, they were more or less afraid. Of course, they weren't panicking or afraid because they were Earth Origin stage cultivators. If they wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop them. Only one of them didn't show any fear. Instead, his face was filled with anger, as if he had been humiliated. His cold and angry gaze swept across Zichen's group. The crazy killing intent in his eyes made them feel uneasy. However, his cultivation level wasn't much lower than the others. Zichen couldn't understand where this uneasy feeling came from. "Good, very good." After looking around, the Earth Origin stage cultivator said coldly, "If I don't kill all of you and destroy the Wuji sect today, I, by God, am not human." His words were ice cold and filled with killing intent. This caused the crowd to involuntarily frown. They did not understand where the other party's confidence came from. However, at this moment, everyone felt an extremely unusual aura. Hence, no one dared to refute, ridicule, or insult at this moment. Baji's gaze landed on the Earth Origin stage cultivator of the Floating Mist sect. He said coldly, "Since you all are meddling in my business, I will start with you. You will be the first to die." The Earth Origin stage cultivator of the Floating Mist sect became alert. Ba Ge, as a member of the tyrant body, didn't rush forward to attack like before. He stood in the air and suddenly stretched out his right fist. It was as if he was waiting for something to appear. Seeing this, Zichen's and the others' faces changed. It was a huge change. Zichen couldn't believe it and said, "No way, how can our luck be so bad?" "Our luck is so bad." As Ba Ge stretched out his hand, his palms started to emit light. The light was a little bit at first, then it became extremely bright. In the end, it became dazzling. Everyone's eyes subconsciously narrowed as they stared at the bright light. After the resplendent light, a surging and suffocating aura appeared between the heavens and the earth, sweeping through and wreaking havoc in this region. Sensing this aura, everyone's faces turned pale. Following that, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed into two different kinds of expressions. One was shock, horror, and fear. The other was surprise, excitement, and excitement. "Earth's spiritual weapon! This is the aura of an Earth's spiritual weapon! How can it be? How can he have an Earth's spiritual weapon? An Earth's spiritual weapon! Among the 10 Earth Origin stage cultivators, not even one has one. How can he have one? A weapon that has been baptized by the lightning tribulation. Now that he has taken it out, who can fight against him? Who can move it?" Zichen and the others were completely dumbfounded. They did not think that an Earth's spiritual weapon would appear at this time when they were about to win. And this Earth's spiritual weapon was enough to change the entire situation. Below, the cheers disappeared. Even with the sect protecting formation, this oppressive aura still made their hearts feel uncomfortable. There was a strong feeling of suffocation. Under this suffocation, it was as if a disaster was coming, making them feel helpless. The bright light disappeared, and a long blade appeared in Baji's hand. The blade was 5 feet long, and the blade's surface was engraved with patterns. The patterns were extremely perfect, as if they were naturally formed. The suffocating feeling that appeared in everyone's heart was emitted from this 5 feet long blade. This was an Earth's spiritual weapon. Not to mention Zichen, it was the first time for everyone present to see an Earth's spiritual weapon that had successfully passed through the lightning tribulation. Great! An Earth's spiritual weapon is enough to change the entire situation. Earth's spiritual weapon! I did not think that Brother Ba Ge would have an Earth's spiritual weapon. The everlasting sect is finished. You are also finished. The faces of the other 5 Earth Origin realm experts were filled with excitement. With an Earth's spiritual weapon, they naturally would not continue to fight. Instead, they flashed towards Ba Ge. Next, it was the scene of the Earth's spiritual weapon slaughtering everything. Holding the Earth's spiritual weapon, Baji's figure seemed to have grown a lot taller. His expression was arrogant, and his cold gaze swept around. After seeing the shock on the faces of Zichen and the others, he could not help but laugh proudly. "Damn it, what kind of luck is this, to actually encounter an Earth's spiritual weapon? Could it be that the heavens want my everlasting sect to be destroyed?" Apart from shock, Zichen's face was also filled with helplessness and sorrow. The difference between the two sides was too great. Even someone like him who had 3 pages of the heavenly book could not do anything against an Earth's spiritual weapon, not to mention turning the tide. Whether or not he could survive was still uncertain. Sharp cheers rang out, coming from the opposing forces. They, who had been suppressed and shocked, finally found a chance to vent. They cheered to their heart's content, celebrating their victory in advance. Die! Amidst the cheers, Ba Ge raised the blade in his hand, and suddenly slashed forward. A ray of light appeared in the sky, carrying endless killing intent, attacking the Floating Mist sect's Earth Origin realm. This blade was dazzling, and terrifying. Helplessly, the Earth Origin realm expert could only take out his spirit's spiritual weapon, and at the same time, control the power of laws to resist. At the same time, he dodged to the distance. Bang! Poof! The blade light flashed, and two sounds rang out. The spirit's spiritual weapon and the power of laws were destroyed by this blade. At the same time, a severed arm flew in the sky. On the severed arm, blood spurted out. Before it could fall to the ground, it was completely shattered by the energy of the blade light. In one strike, the Earth Origin Realm expert lost the peak spirit's spiritual weapon and an arm. This was the power of an Earth's spiritual weapon. The floating Mist-Sex Earth Origin Realm expert had already retreated far away, and his face was extremely pale. His arm could be considered as crippled, because the blade she had entered it, and it could not be expelled in a short time. It would take several years for it to fully recover. But the premise was whether the opponent would give him several years. After one blade, another blade. Ba Ji's blade was aimed at the girl from the moon pavilion. The blade light was sharp, and the speed of the blade was extremely fast. However, this slash did not kill the other party. It only cut off a section of the other party's sleeve. Other than the fact that she was already prepared, the most important reason was that the distance between the two parties was too far. However, after dodging the slash, her expression also changed greatly. Swoosh! Swoosh! The blade light flashed twice, and the other two Earth Origin Realm experts also dodged far away, so it was not a big deal. Ha! Under everyone's gaze, four blades forced back four Earth Origin Realm experts, and Ba Ge laughed wildly. Looking at the distance, the Wuji sect's leader Zichen's face was completely pale, and the other people's faces were also filled with fear and despair. Come on, let's continue! Ba Meng held his long blade and pointed at the four Earth Origin Realm experts. The four of them were pale, but they did not dare to move forward. Ba Ge turned around with his blade, and looked at Zichen and the others, and said mockingly, "It's your turn now. I wonder which one of you wants to die first." Of course, the others were speechless. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. Ba Ji's mocking expression became more obvious. He suddenly pointed his blade at Su Mengyao, and said, "If no one wants to die, I will kill her first." The others were furious, but it was useless. Chapter 1070. Zichen had been through many deadly situations in his life. But in retrospect, those situations always had a chance to survive. But now, in front of him, there was no chance at all. An Earth Origin Realm martial artist wielding an Earth Origin Realm martial artist forced back an Earth Origin Realm martial artist with one strike. After 4 strikes, although the 4 Earth Origin Realm martial artists didn't die, they lost their will to fight. Following that, even though Zichen and his group were confident in fighting, it was useless. The blade was pointed at Su Mengyao. Zichen could only stand up, because he couldn't watch Su Mengyao die. Or rather, he hoped that Su Mengyao would die in front of him. At this moment, if he used his thunder wings, he might be able to escape and survive. But Zichen didn't. He faced the blade directly. Of course, he knew that where there was life, there was hope. He also knew that revenge was a dish best served cold. Once he survived and broke through to the Earth Origin stage, he would definitely be able to take revenge in a nightmarish way. But he didn't, and he couldn't back down, because he still had his brothers, his confidants, and the hundreds of thousands of Wuji sect's disciples following him. Ba Ge looked at Zichen mockingly and laughed. "Haha, you are indeed the leader of a sect. Your calmness is admirable. But you are the leader of the Wuji sect, so you can't die now." He couldn't die now. He had to die later. He had to watch his brothers and women die in despair. Ba Ge didn't say these words, but everyone could guess. So, their cold hearts sank to the bottom at this moment. Ba Ge glanced at Zichen and looked at the others. "How about it? Who wants to die first?" There was a dead silence. No one spoke. "If no one wants to, then I will kill her first, and then the 3 of them." Ba Ge pointed at Su Mengyao, and then at Lin Shui and the other 2. Su Mengyao, who was pointed at by the blade, was a little pale. But she still forced herself to stay calm. At the same time, her eyes were still shining, as if she was still calculating her chances of survival. However, the result of this deduction caused her expression to change. There was shock, panic, and even more confusion. Don't waste your breath. Isn't it just death? I'm not afraid. Seeing that Ba Ge was about to threaten her, Su Mingyao spoke up. Ba Ge blandly smiled. His saber started to glow. He was going to kill her. He didn't show any mercy to her at all. The 3 human origin stage cultivators and the other cultivators all felt sorry for her. They should have played with her before killing her. Unfortunately, even though they had the intention to steal, they didn't have the guts to do so. Furthermore, they didn't dare to talk too much at this moment. Kill me! I will die for my sister! Shuelin stepped forward and stood in front of Mingyao Su. At the same time, she faced the blade in the distance. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect a woman to be the first to come out. Ha! Ba Ge laughed, his expression full of mockery. Enough! Don't you just want to humiliate us? If you want to kill us, then go ahead. Start with Grandpa Tiger. Anger flashed in the flying god tiger's eyes as he spoke coldly. However, as soon as he finished his words, someone had already stepped forward. It was the demon ape. Let me go first. The demon ape said calmly as if he had already seen through life and death. Sigh, I didn't expect to die here. Fine, I'll be next. LV Ping sighed and walked to the demon ape. He was ready to die. Then, Zhang Haotian also stepped forward to fight side by side. Longhu and Barbaric Dragon also stepped forward. On the other side, Wang Xian'er and the others had already walked to Su Mingyao's side. I'm the Thunder Spirit. I have a bright future ahead of me. I didn't expect to die here. Sigh, I don't want to die here. The Thunder Spirit also walked to Zhang Haotian's side dejectedly. He had always been at odds with Ziqin. It was really unexpected that he would appear at this moment. This is supposed to be your business. I didn't expect an old guy like me to get involved. The black tortoise turned into a human elder and walked over. Everyone was here. Great, not bad. What a close brotherhood. Ba Ge laughed wildly. Then, he changed the topic and said, But I've changed my mind now. I've decided to let 3 of you go. Everyone's expression didn't change. There was no excitement in them either. Why? Are you unhappy? As long as the 3 of you acknowledge me as your master, I'll let 3 of you go. I can let him or her live. Ba Ji's eyes fell on the 3 beasts. The 3 beasts had great backgrounds. They would have great achievements in the future. It would be a pity to kill them like this. Therefore, Ba Ge thought of acknowledging them as his master. As for the others, although they were talented, they wouldn't acknowledge a master like the beasts. Therefore, these people with great potential had to die. Almost everyone in front of him had the combat strength and talent comparable to the spiritual body. It would be a pity to kill them, but an enemy was an enemy. Don't waste your time. We won't be fooled. If we're going to die, we'll die together. If we wanted to live, we would have run away already. Longvu's cold eyes had a hint of mockery. When Ba Ge took out the Earth's spiritual weapon, they had a chance to run away, but they didn't. At that time, they were determined to die together with the Wuji sect. Therefore, Ba Ji's conditions were ridiculous to them. How can this be? The one-armed Earth Origin Realm cultivator from the Piao Miao sect was confused. Didn't they say that the Wuji sect would be fine this time? The other one had the same expression. What's going on? The woman from the Moon Pavilion asked through telepathy. An expert in our sect who's good at divination calculated the fate of the barbarian land before he left. He said that the fate of the barbarian land was completely on the Wuji sect. The Wuji sect was destined to face this disaster, but they'll be fine. The one-armed Earth Origin Realm cultivator explained. Fine. This is a sure death situation. Could it be that there's something wrong with the divination? The one-armed Earth Origin Realm cultivator said seriously. That's impossible. That expert is very powerful, and he's never made a mistake in his divination. You have to know that divination consumes one's lifespan. Also, he calculated that the Wuji sect would be in danger twice. This is only the first time. The Moon Pavilion's people naturally knew about the Piao Miao sect's divination methods. However, what puzzled her was that they were fine. There should be a chance of survival, but where was it? Could it be that there was an expert hiding in the dark, quietly watching the development of the situation and waiting for the most critical moment to make a move? But it didn't seem to make sense. Since you've decided to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ba Gu wanted to play with them, but he gradually lost interest and was ready to kill. He held the earth's spiritual weapon tightly in his hand, and then slashed horizontally at Zichen. This blade light was hundreds of meters long, and it cut through the void toward Zichen's group. Ba Gu wanted to kill everyone with one blow. Wherever the blade light passed, it shattered the space, but at the same time, there was an oppressive rule power. Zichen and the others felt as if they were in a quagmire, or as if they were carrying a 10,000-kilogram boulder. Their movements were extremely slow. The might of this saber light caused everyone's clothes and hair to flutter. At the same time, the strong wind caused everyone's cheeks to hurt. Zichen's eyes involuntarily narrowed as he braced himself for death. The blade light, in the blink of an eye, was in front of everyone. In the next moment, it was going to kill everyone. Suddenly, something strange happened. The void seemed to be still at this moment, and time seemed to stop as well. When the sharp blade light was less than 1 meter away from everyone, it stopped in front of them. Everyone could still clearly feel the terrible destructive power contained in the blade, and it could kill everyone in the next moment. However, at this moment, the blade light stopped moving, as if it was fixed in the air. This strange change naturally shocked everyone, but they suddenly found that they couldn't move their bodies. They couldn't even open their eyes wide or show a shocked expression. It was as if they had been immobilized at this moment, and only their minds could function. Just as everyone didn't understand what was going on, they saw a fiery red ripple of light coming from afar. It swept past everyone, and then shook in the distance. At the same time, a high-pitched, resonant, and extremely sacred cry resounded in everyone's sea of consciousness. After this cry, there was another tremor. The still space began to shake, including the entire Wuji sect, the forests around the Wuji sect, the entire savage land, and even the entire southern region. This tremor spread throughout the savage land, and even to the southern region. Some hidden experts all felt this fluctuation, and their expressions changed. Then, they all looked in the direction of the savage land. The ripple of light, the cry, and the tremor. These three things were connected together, and formed a kind of time and space that stopped. After this tremor, the sharp and terrifying blade light shattered on its own. When the ripple of light passed over everyone's heads and covered the distance, everyone regained their ability to move. All of this happened in an instant, and it was unbelievably fast. The time and space stopped in that instant, and besides the fact that the blade light was shattered, nothing else happened. Everyone's body recovered once again, but Zichen and his group didn't have a happy expression on their faces. They didn't even feel lucky, because even if one blade was destroyed, there would be more. As long as the Earth Yuan layer didn't die, they would die sooner or later. Apart from the light that rippled like a light barrier above his head, everything that had just happened was like an illusion. It wasn't an illusion, because there was another place that was different. Above the heads of the two Piao Miao sect's Earth Origin stage martial artists, there was a white stone floating in the air. The white stone was emitting rays of light, completely protecting the two of them. At the same time, there was a ray of moonlight shining from afar on the two girls from the Guang Miao sect. The moonlight was like a light shield, protecting the two of them. At this moment, the four of them had different expressions. The earthly Yuan stage experts of the Light Moon Pavilion were confused, while the earthly Yuan stage experts of the Floating Mist sect were relieved. Ha ha! Ba Ji's arrogant laughter sounded in the sky, but it only lasted for a second before it stopped. Chapter 1071. Bang! Ba Ji's body exploded without any warning. His laughter was still echoing in the air, proud and arrogant. But his body exploded. The moment his body exploded, his spiritual thoughts were also completely shattered. He died just like that. In the blink of an eye, Baga was gone. He was dead. Such a scene left everyone puzzled and puzzled. Because no one could figure out what was going on. It seemed like only Su Mengyao was able to let out a deep breath. At this moment, she was completely relieved. So this was what the hexagram meant when it said that there was no danger. Zichun and the others, who had been in despair, immediately changed their expressions. Ba Gu was dead, and there were still 5 people in the Earth origin realm left. They naturally had a way to kill them. It seems that God still doesn't want the Wuji sect to be destroyed, Zichun thought. Boom! However, before he could figure out how to kill the other 5 Earth origin stage cultivators, the Earth's spiritual weapon in Ba Ji's hand exploded before it hit the ground. The sound was so loud that even the Wuji sect was shaken. A black hole more than 1 mile wide appeared in front of everyone. In the black hole, endless destructive power was raging. Fortunately, Zichun and the others were some distance away from the black hole. They reacted quickly and retreated far away. Otherwise, they would have been swept by the energy and died immediately. Even though they successfully escaped, they still suffered unimaginable injuries. They all coughed up blood. Almost everyone was injured. The scene in front of them proved what the princess had said. When an Earth origin realm cultivator died, the spiritual weapon with the soul would also shatter and die with its master. The other 5 warriors of the Earth Yuan realm also began to flee when the Earth spirit weapon exploded. However, the one who fled the furthest among the 5 of them had only flown 100 meters before his body exploded with a bang, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Another Earth origin stage cultivator's body exploded without any sign. He was completely dead. Of the 5, 4 were left. Then, almost at the same time, 4 explosions sounded in the sky. Bang! 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 4 clouds of blood mist appeared in the sky one after another. Each cloud of blood mist represented a fallen Earth origin stage cultivator. In the blink of an eye, 6 Earth origin realm cultivators had died. The Wuji sect's biggest crisis had been resolved just like that. However, no one knew why these Earth origin realm cultivators' bodies had exploded. Expressions of shock spread, and at the same time, other emotions appeared on everyone's faces. There was fear, shock, excitement, and excitement. The scene before them was truly one of joy for some and sorrow for others. However, this was not the end. In the sky, within the 6 balls of blood mist, a stream of pure energy was forcefully extracted by a mysterious force. This pure and enormous energy was the purest energy of earthly Yuan stage. After it was extracted, the 6 balls of energy floated into the distance. At the same time, in some of the more secluded places in the savage lands, such as deep mountains and old forests, there were also a few explosions in the area covered by the rippling light. Then balls of blood mist appeared from the ground. After the pure energy was extracted, the blood mist floated into the air and floated into the depths of the savage lands. In this area, the number of Earth origin stage cultivators that had died under the rippling light was not something to be worried about. Let's talk about the Wuji sect. 6 Earth origin stage cultivators had died without warning. The 8 Earth origin stage cultivators that had come this time had been completely wiped out. This caused the entire army to fall into a state of panic. At the same time, the morale of the entire army had dropped to the bottom. All sorts of negative emotions were born in their hearts. If it were not for their pride, they would have turned around and fled long ago. Zichun, something has happened in this area. We have to leave. Otherwise, if we persist any longer, we will end up like those Earth origin stage cultivators. As for this place, I will leave it to you. 4 Earth origin stage cultivators appeared in front of Zichun as the one with the missing arm from the floating mist sect said. Zichun thanks seniors for your help. I will definitely remember this kindness. Zichun cupped his hands and bowed to the 4 of them. However, because of his severe injuries, he coughed up blood in the next moment. You are welcome. We are all from the same area. It is only right for us to help each other. The Wuji sect should not have been wiped out. Even without us, this crisis would have been resolved. All right, let's not talk anymore. We are leaving. The Earth Origin Stage cultivator patted Zichen's shoulder and flew into the distance. "Senior, wait!" Zichen shouted. A light flashed in his hand and an item appeared. It was a peak-level spirit weapon without an owner. Zichen raised his hand and threw the weapon forward. The one-armed Earth Origin Stage cultivator caught the spirit weapon and nodded. Without saying anything, the four of them disappeared. "Everyone, don't be afraid. Zichen is already injured. His powerful companions are also injured. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to kill them." "That's right. Zichen is no longer a threat. Besides, the Wuji sect has only been established for less than 100 years. How many powerful cultivators can they have? Let's work together to kill Zichen and destroy the Wuji sect." Seeing that the four Earth Origin Stage cultivators had left, and that Zichen and the others were severely injured, the three spirit bodies' confidence was greatly boosted. They shouted and gave orders at the same time. Zichen coldly glanced at the three spirit bodies and said, "Today, no one will be left alive." "That's right. No one will leave today." Lu Ping and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent. "Zichen, today, you can wait for the Wuji sect to be destroyed by the army." The spirit bodies shouted proudly. At the same time, the army regained their confidence and prepared to attack the Wuji sect and destroy the sect-protecting array. The army of the major forces was more than 10,000. It was definitely a big battle. However, as long as there were no Earth Origin Stage cultivators, no matter how big their battle formation was, Zichen didn't care. His expression was calm, but the others were ready to fight. In the end, Zichen said indifferently, "All right, call for reinforcements." Previously, when they faced the Earth Origin Stage cultivators, they had been wronged and humiliated to the extreme. They urgently needed to vent their anger. Hearing Zichen's words, they all took out their command badges and shouted, "Come out and kill the enemy." This was a call for reinforcements. It was a sign that a big battle was about to begin. The army of the major forces wanted to attack the sect-protecting array. However, before they could do anything, they found that the sect-protecting array had closed by itself. Then, earth-shattering battle cries came out from the Wuji sect. Streaks of light shot out from the Wuji sect like raindrops. The sound of breaking through the air was constantly heard. Those that flew out were all humans. Among them, there were more than 40 human origin stage cultivators, and the rest were core origin stage cultivators. Seeing such a scene, the cultivators of the big forces couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, the Wuji sect had only been established for less than 100 years and didn't have a strong foundation. The number of human origin stage cultivators was pitifully small. The only people they could send out were Zichen and the others, but they were already seriously injured, so the Wuji sect was no longer a threat. These people laughed at the Wuji sect. However, they didn't know that they only saw one side of the Wuji sect. There were indeed not many human experts in the Wuji sect. However, the number of strange beasts was definitely beyond imagination. In the small worlds of the human origin stage and core origin stage cultivators, all kinds of strange beasts had formed an army. After receiving the signal, they rushed out of the small worlds through the exit that Lu Ping had specially opened and landed on the ground of the savage land. Roar! Ayo! All kinds of strange beasts roared in an instant. These strange beasts all had a command medallion on them. The strange beasts with the medallion could sense each other's aura and recognize the other's aura as one of their own. This way, they wouldn't accidentally hurt each other during a battle. One small world after another opened, and groups of strange beasts appeared. There were lone-horned wolves, black-winged leopards, bloodthirsty monkeys, mighty tiger apes, and many other strange beasts. As soon as these strange beasts appeared, they obeyed the command medallion and moved towards the Wuji sect. They all flew in the air, and when they stepped on the air, it was as if they were stepping on the ground. Thunderous sounds could be heard. The strange beasts roared, and the sound of thunder appeared. Such a huge commotion shocked the army of the major forces. They couldn't help but look in all directions. In a short moment, a large group of black dots appeared in their sight. The black dots looked like a group of ants. Those are strange beasts. All of them were cultivators, so they naturally didn't think that they were looking at ants. As the tremors got closer, they saw that the black dots were made up of strange beasts, and each black dot was a strange beast. Strange beasts. An army of strange beasts. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the people of the major forces were completely stunned. Disbelief and shock appeared on their faces. They thought they were hallucinating. However, the violent aura and the dense killing intent clearly told them that this wasn't a hallucination. This was really happening. It's not Dan Yuan. It's a human Yuan strange beast army. When the strange beasts were less than 10 miles away from them, someone could sense the strange beast's realms. He couldn't help but cry out. The strange beast army was terrifying to begin with. The human Yuan strange beast army was even more so. At this moment, the confidence that they had just regained was once again lost. It was completely lost. After a few breaths of time, the rumbling thunder disappeared, and the strange beast army was completely in place. The human Yuan strange beast army surrounded the major forces from all directions. At the same time, the human Yuan strange beast army formed neat square formations and coldly stared at the major forces. The three spirit bodies were already dumbfounded. They carefully extended their spiritual senses to sense the number of beasts in the army, and their hearts twitched violently. Not counting the Dan Yuan strange beast army at the back, the human Yuan strange beast army alone was as many as 3,000. This number was enough to kill all the human Yuan cultivators on their side. Kill. Chapter 1072. It was a simple word. Kill. But it determined the fate of the great army. With one word. Kill. The great army would be completely annihilated. The gap between the two sides was too big. It was like when Ziqian and the others were facing Ba Ge, who had an earth spirit weapon. Such a gap was enough to destroy the great army. The battle broke out in an instant, followed by earth-shaking battle cries. The humanoid beasts were the first to charge forward. They were powerful and fearless, and their defenses were not weak at all. As they charged forward, they were able to destroy everything in their path. At the same time, the humanoid beasts also charged forward. They began to surround and kill the humans of the same cultivation level. Kill! Wang Shan led a team of human Yuan soldiers and also rushed into the enemy army. With him in the lead, the team tore apart the great army like a sharp blade. After a few rounds, they spread out and began to rampage and kill wantonly. In the Wuji sect, apart from Ziqian and the others, there were also many extraordinary people, such as Wang Shan, Haifeng, Wild Wolf, Zhang Tong, and the others. These people enjoyed the best resources of the Wuji sect and practiced the best cultivation methods. All of them had reached the Xiantian realm and mastered several Xiantian techniques at the same time. The Thunder Clan, who stayed in the training ground of the Thunder Clan, also dispatched many experts of the Thunder Clan. Led by Lei Ming, they came from afar to kill. As if sensing that this battle was no longer difficult, the Light Moon Pavilion did not send anyone. Outside the Wuji sect, as soon as the battle broke out, blood began to fall from the sky like a rain of blood, instantly dyeing the ground red. At the same time, broken limbs fell to the ground, making popping sounds. In an instant, corpses were everywhere. Miserable screams of despair came from heaven and earth, turning this place into a hell on earth. At this moment, the blood fog in the air was so thick that it could not disperse. The Wuji sect had hidden an army of beasts. It was only a matter of time before the great army was defeated. The three spirits, who were originally full of confidence, were now pale. At this moment, they remembered the proverb, "Where there is life, there is hope." After about a second of deep thought, the three of them decided to find a chance to retreat far away and tell the situation here to their clans. Then, they would bring a powerful army for revenge. Unfortunately, just as the three of them had this thought, before they could take action, their bodies were found and stopped by Zhang Haotian, Devil Ape, Long Hu and the rest. The Wuji sect didn't lack resources at all, and they had the Wuji Dan Cauldron. Naturally, they didn't lack precious pills for human origin stage cultivators. Therefore, the monster ape and the others had no problem recovering from their injuries. The invincible spirit body was naturally powerful, but the demon ape and the others were definitely not weak either. Furthermore, with their combined attacks, the spirit body's death was inevitable. Zichen didn't participate in this battle. He stood in the air, watching the battlefield indifferently. Most of the time, he played the role of a calm commander. He commanded the powerful exotic beast army to charge in from all directions, ensuring that the other forces wouldn't be able to form an effective offensive. This battle lasted for a long time. However, the most intense battle was in the first hour of the battle. After an hour, the battle had become a one-sided slaughter. A few hours later, the battle ended. The Wuji sect had obtained a complete victory. After sending out some beasts to chase after the people who had escaped, the other beasts and humans began to clean up the battlefield. Zichen, we won! Sect Master, we won! Cheers sounded from all over the Wuji sect. All of the Wuji sect's disciples were extremely excited at this moment. Obviously, they had followed Zichen and created a miracle together. They were no longer witnesses to the miracle, but the creators themselves. The one who created the miracle is the real creator of the miracle. Hearing the excited shouts, Zichen raised his head and looked at the red, flame-like ripples in the sky that did not dissipate for a long time. Ever since the ripples appeared, they had not dissipated. They were like a barrier of light that appeared in the sky, enveloping the area. They were inside the barrier of light, but they did not feel the same pressure as before. This made Zichen feel very strange. Sect Master, we obtained a complete victory this time and gained a lot. How should we deal with the resources? As the housekeeper, Wulu reported the results of the battle to Zichen. Gather all the resources together, and then distribute them according to contribution, Zichen said. Wulu hesitated and said, If we do that, it will take a very long time. Zichen waved his hand and said, There's no need to count the individuals. Just count the small worlds. As for the individuals, let them go back and do it themselves. This method was fast and effective. Wulu's eyes immediately lit up. He nodded and led people to make the arrangements. As soon as Wulu left, Su Mengyao came to Zichen and said, All of this is related to the holy burial ground. You should go there and have a look. Maybe there will be some opportunities. Opportunities. Zichen looked at Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao raised her head to look at the red ripples and said, If I am not wrong, the light of the ripples should have covered the entire area. We can't feel the pressure because the pressure is not aimed at us, but at the Earth Yuan stage. Looking back at Zichen, Su Mengyao continued, To put it bluntly, from now on, this area has become a small world. A small world that only those in the human origin stage can enter. The holy burial ground is the cause of all this. Therefore, you should go there and see what happened there. Hearing Su Mengyao's words, Zichen nodded and said, Okay, I'll go now. Are you coming? I'm not going. I'm too tired today. Su Mengyao looked tired. She had used too much energy to perform the innate deduction. Good. You all go and rest. I'll go with the demon ape. After saying that, Zichen called the demon ape and the two of them flew towards the holy burial ground. Many years ago, when Zichen came to the holy burial ground for the first time, he found the demon ape. At that time, the demon ape scared him. This time, he brought the demon ape to the holy burial ground again. After so many years, Zichen saw the magnificent ancient castle again. It had completely appeared and merged with the world. The ancient castle towered into the clouds. It was magnificent and vast. Standing in front of the ancient castle, Zichen was as small as an ant that could be ignored. He raised his head and saw the two tall black shadows on the gate of the ancient castle. Many years ago, he did not recognize these two black shadows, but many years later, he knew that these two black shadows were from the devil race. The two towering figures of the demon clan looked vivid and lifelike. They did not look like they were carved on the surface, but more like they were sealed on the surface. Zichen stood in front of the ancient castle and could clearly feel an oppressive aura coming from the demon clan's figures. The forbidden sky domain was still in place, so Zichen couldn't fly to the sky to see the whole picture of the ancient castle. At the same time, there was still the power of rules in front of the ancient castle, so Zichen couldn't go through the power of rules and forcefully open the gate. This place is really unusual. The current Zichen was already very knowledgeable. Just the two shadows on the gate of the ancient castle made him feel very unusual. He even guessed that the demons sealed there weren't ordinary demons. Moreover, they weren't at the Earth Yuan realm, but rather at the Heavenly Yuan realm. Of course, all of this was just Zichen's guess. The devil ape was standing beside Zichen. He was also carefully observing the shadows on the gate. After a while he said, "What a strong soul. Even through the power of rules it can still be felt. The shadows on the gate should be sealed there." The devil ape's words confirmed Zichen's guess. At the same time, the two of them also felt that the power of rules was slowly weakening, or rather, dissipating. The Earth Yuan realm can't come, and we can't break this place. We can only wait patiently for the power of rules to completely disappear. When that time comes, I think the gate will open. This was exactly what Zichen was thinking. They didn't have the ability to enter the saint's burial ground yet, so he and the devil ape chose to go back. At this moment, they didn't know that many powerful cultivators had gathered outside the savage land. These cultivators were mostly at the Earth Yuan realm. They had all heard the tremors and rushed over immediately. However, they only dared to go outside this area, which was outside the red rippling light shield. They didn't dare to go forward. This was because they sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the red rippling light. This aura had the ability to kill Earth Yuan realm cultivators, so they didn't dare to go forward. Just how powerful is the person who created this rippling light that enveloped this entire region? Even the Sky Yuan realm doesn't have this kind of ability. It shouldn't be man-made. Something happened in the savage land. Although this area has declined, it still has many secrets. The Wuji sect has been here for hundreds of thousands of years. It's normal for something to happen here. Earth Yuan realm cultivators can't go through, but it doesn't affect human Yuan realm cultivators. If you want to know what's going on inside, send someone in. The Earth Yuan realm cultivators gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. After a simple discussion, they decided to send someone in to investigate. A few big forces just passed through here. I wonder if this has something to do with them. So many people went in, and the murderous aura was so strong. I guess there are no living humans in the savage land now. Of course, some of them knew that the big forces had entered the savage land. The human Yuan realm cultivators arrived quickly and were sent in. About 4 hours later, someone came out with a shocking news. All the big forces joined forces to attack the Wuji sect. Not only did they not win, but they also lost. Over 10,000 strong cultivators were all killed. Only a few managed to escape. This news was shocking enough, but what was even more shocking was the death of the 8 Earth Yuan realm cultivators. However, with this rippling light, the death of the 8 Earth Yuan realm cultivators made sense. Chapter 1073. Ever since the disappearance of the Lightning Divine Hall, the entire Sky Martial continent had sunk into a deathly stillness. There were no longer any waves. Only some time ago, when Zichen appeared again, killed a few spiritual bodies, and even took away a blazing ancient castle from the Hua family, it caused a small commotion. After that, for a long period of time, the large powers had started to attack the savage lands. After several months of negotiations and passage, the large forces were finally dispatched to the barbarian land. After that, the people of the large forces sat down and waited for the news of their victory. However, they had never imagined that in less than a month, the news that the 8 Earth Primes had all died and the large powers had been annihilated. Back then, the large powers had acted in a very high-profile manner. Many powers knew about it. Now that the news had spread, it was impossible for the large powers to suppress it silently. In a short period of time, the news had spread throughout the Martial Sky continent, reaching the ears of all the powers. This was an unbelievable result, causing a huge uproar. As for the Everlasting Sect, the sect that had been destroyed for over 10,000 years, it had once again appeared in front of the world. Furthermore, it was in an extremely high position. Although it was still far from the sect that had dared to attack the lightning divine hall, being able to kill 8 Earth primes, as well as many mortal and core primes, was enough to show that the everlasting sect had a certain amount of weight in the martial sky continent. As for this sect, it had only been 100 years since it had been established. Other than the resounding name of the everlasting sect being known by the world once again, the name Zichen naturally lit up in everyone's eyes once more. Furthermore, this time, his fame was not only limited to the mortal primes. Even the Earth primes had begun to pay attention to Zichen. Furthermore, after learning about the details of that battle, the Earth primes had also begun to pay attention to the everlasting sect, paying attention to those existences in the everlasting sect that were not weaker than spiritual bodies. Just as this news had caused a huge uproar, another piece of news had also spread. The savage lands, the sacred burial ground that the everlasting sect had once guarded, had actually appeared once more. This news was even more shocking than the previous one. The ancient powers that knew the history of the savage lands all knew that the everlasting sect had risen because of the sacred burial ground. It could be said that they had relied on the sacred burial ground to rise. According to ancient legends, the reason why the everlasting sect was formed was because the holy burial grounds needed to be protected. However, many years later, the holy burial grounds suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, and the everlasting sect grew stronger and stronger. After so many years, people only remembered the everlasting sect and forgot about the holy burial ground. In the martial sky continent, it was said that there were 4 saint burial grounds in the 4 directions of the martial sky continent. However, all of this was just a rumor passed down from ancient books. It had never been proven, but what was certain was that there had once been a saint burial ground in the barbarian lands. And the most mysterious burial ground had appeared once again. What did this mean? It could be assumed that all ancient powers knew that this represented opportunity, luck, and the future. Therefore, all of the powers quickly arranged to enter the barbarian lands to investigate the holy burial ground. However, when the Earth Origin Realm experts were sent out, they sadly found that there was a fiery red light barrier that protected the entire barbarian lands. Furthermore, this light barrier contained a mysterious power that had a strong killing intent towards Earth Origin Realm experts. A mere light barrier naturally couldn't stop the great powers from exploring the holy burial ground. Therefore, one after another, the human origin realm experts were sent in. Next, these people would unveil the mysteries of the barbarian lands to the world. What? The heaven and earth spiritual chi there is extremely dense, almost like a holy land. Yes, it is extremely dense, like a holy land. What? There are many small worlds there, and they are all at the human origin realm and core realm. Did you go in and see what's inside? There are people from the everlasting sect guarding that place. Anyone who tries to go in will be killed. The entrances to the small worlds are all controlled by the everlasting sect. Damned everlasting sect, damned Zichen. What? The holy burial ground really appeared. What's the situation? Did you go in? What? The everlasting sect is guarding that place again? Anyone who tries to go in will be killed. Damned everlasting sect, damned Zichen. One piece of news after another was released, and one surprise after another was made known to the world. However, it was followed by one after another that was stamping with rage. Now, the everlasting sect was no longer careful and cautious. Instead, they were high-profile, decisive, and ruthless. They guarded all the entrances to the small worlds, and anyone who tried to go in would be killed. They sent out an army of mutated beasts to guard around the holy burial ground. Once anyone tried to go in, they would be killed. During this period, many human origin realm experts would directly reveal their identities when they saw that they couldn't win. Under these circumstances, there would be 3 outcomes. The first outcome would be that the everlasting sect would stop and send the person out, because the person was a force that could barely be considered a friend, such as the Wu clan and the Yao clan. The second outcome would be that those forces that had never interacted with Zichen would be killed without mercy. The third outcome would be that those who were supposed to be killed would be tortured to death. For example, if someone revealed that they were from the Five Elements clan, the Sword sect, or the Tyrant clan, they would die miserably. Even their corpses would be devoured by the mutated beasts. However, no matter which power it was, they didn't obtain any useful clues about the holy burial ground. Such an outcome naturally infuriated the major forces. As a result, they decided to launch a forceful attack and send out an army to surround and annihilate the Wuji sect. However, for the Wuji sect, as long as the Wuji sect didn't send an Earth origin Tyr cultivator, no matter how many soldiers they sent, they wouldn't be able to return. Zichen's group was powerful, and with the addition of an army of mutated beasts, their reputation quickly spread throughout the Martial Heaven continent. They had continuously attacked several times, and every single time, they would suffer extremely heavy losses. This gave people a strong impression that they were not attacking a sect that had only been established for a mere 100 years, but rather the Lightning Divine Hall. Every single time, they would not be able to return. Helpless, the major powers gave up on sending their subordinates to their deaths. They began to think of other methods. Clearly, they were afraid of Zichen. No matter how deep their foundations were, they couldn't withstand this kind of slaughter. The Everlasting Sect, the Uncivilized Land. The Uncivilized Land was filled with the flames of war, but this couldn't be seen in the Everlasting Sect. The atmosphere here was still peaceful. Several months had passed since the last crisis had been resolved. During these months, large and small battles had occurred in the Uncivilized Land almost every day. Despite this, the Everlasting Sect was extremely quiet. Other than Zichen, who had participated in the battle at the beginning, Zichen had returned to the Everlasting Sect. After giving some instructions, he went to the Lightning Sea and entered seclusion. Although this battle had been a complete victory, it had all been due to luck. With such a huge difference in strength, it was impossible to be so lucky every time. Thus, Zichen urgently hoped that he could break through again. He didn't have extravagant hopes for his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. At the very least, he wanted to break through to the Earth origin realm. At that time, at least the Everlasting Sect would have the power to protect itself when surrounded. Other than Zichen, those who were close to the late stage of the human origin realm had also entered seclusion, such as Zhang Haoyan, Lu Peng, Wang Qiong, and the others. As for the battlefield, it was led by the Demon Ape, followed by the Barbaric Dragon, Longhu, and the others. It was absolutely guaranteed that they could kill all the invaders. In the Lightning Sea, apart from Zichen, Elder Gui also entered the Lightning Sea to cultivate with the help of the lightning power after receiving a few drops of Supreme Beast Blood essence from the Longhu, a few drops of Dragon Blood from the Barbaric Dragon, and a few drops of pure blood from the Flying Divine Tiger. This time, Elder Gui wanted to break through to the Earth origin realm in one go. The Everlasting Sect urgently needed an Earth origin realm expert. And all of this needed time. The appearance of the light ripples was an opportunity. As long as it existed, the Earth origin realm experts who wanted to kill him wouldn't dare to come in. As long as the light ripples didn't disappear, the Everlasting Sect could use this time to increase their strength as quickly as possible and strive to have 1 or 2 Earth origin realm experts. Outside the Everlasting Sect, the continuous battle was very fierce, but inside the Everlasting Sect, it was quiet. Under this quiet atmosphere, there was a sense of tension, which made the disciples of the Everlasting Sect cultivate hard. At the same time, the representatives of the various major powers headed towards the ancient road to look for the ancient race. If there was anyone in this world that Zichen would still give face to, it would naturally be the ancient race who had helped him before. The reason why the major powers were willing to put aside their pride and go to the ancient race was because they had no other choice. They were completely terrified of the Wuji sect led by Zichen. Because of the existence of the rippling light, an Earth origin realm cultivator would be suppressed into a human origin realm cultivator. If things went wrong, they would be killed. Therefore, no one dared to take the risk and could only go to the ancient race to discuss. Before this, they also went to the wasteland to discuss with the monster race. The monster race had a little relationship with Zichen, But this relationship wasn't enough for them to be qualified to persuade him. Therefore, they could only go to the ancient race. The major forces went to the ancient race to negotiate, but the ancient race just ignored them and waited outside for more than 10 days. During this period of time, they came up with all kinds of excuses. After more than 10 days, the representatives of the major forces finally met with them. After a simple greeting, the major forces explained their intentions. The Earth Origin Realm expert of the ancient race rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. After a while he said, "You want me to go to Zichen? I don't think that's appropriate. The grudge between you and Zichen has reached a point where only one of you will be satisfied. If Zichen knows that I've become your lobbyist, what if I go to him and he kills me?" Those words made the Earth Origin Realm cultivators twitch their mouths. Although Zichen was a bloodthirsty killer and often killed people, he would never kill Yichen. However, they all understood what Yichen meant. Of course, they couldn't go empty-handed. After looking at each other, one of them took out an item and said, "This is a small gift from us. We hope Brother Gu will accept it." These were some fragments that looked like broken glass. They were not eye-catching at all. Not to mention Earth Origin Realm experts, even Human Origin Realm and Origin Core Realm experts wouldn't be interested in such trash. Chapter 1074. The pieces didn't look like anything special, but they attracted the attention of the Earth Origin Stage Ancient Race Warriors. Not only the Ancient Race Warriors, the other Earth Origin Stage Warriors were also staring at the pieces. They couldn't move their eyes away from them. "Oh, it's this. It's a product from another world. It's a rare thing. But I won't accept it without doing anything. You should take it back." The Earth Yuan Realm Warrior reluctantly moved his eyes away and refused. "Brother Gu, you must be joking. It's just a small gift from us. It's not a big deal." An Earth Yuan Realm Warrior next to him smiled apologetically. The Earth Yuan Realm Warrior shook his head and said seriously, "I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. You know the grudge between you and Zichen. You used to be the host, so you didn't have to worry about anything. You didn't even give him a chance to live. But now, with the protection of the Light Shield and Zichen's unparalleled power, he is invincible in the barbarian land. Now he is the host, and we don't even have the right to say anything. If we really want to go to the barbarian land, we have to be careful of Zichen. Brother Gu, don't be in a hurry to reject this matter. No matter how big the grudge is, it can't be separated from benefits. Everything can be discussed. We were wrong in the beginning. It's a fact that Zichen has the Heavenly Book. As Earth Origin Stage cultivators, it's useless for us to have it. Naturally, we won't have any ideas about Zichen's Heavenly Book. We're just curious and want to go to the Holy Burial Ground to have a look and gain some knowledge. As for Zichen and the Wuji sect, we'll write off all the grudges between us." The words of the great powers were extremely sincere. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, only they themselves would know. After that, the big forces didn't say anything. The Earth Yuan Realm Warrior didn't say anything either. The two sides just stared at each other in silence. "Alright, I'll try." After a long time, the Earth Yuan Realm Warrior sighed unwillingly. He casually took the fragments and held them tightly in his hand. At the same time, he was cursing these old foxes and stingy people in his mind. The reason why he hadn't agreed was naturally because he hadn't given him enough, making him dissatisfied. Good fellow, but this group of people was too shameless, too shameless. They actually pretended not to understand and didn't express anything. Half a day later, the perfect body left the ancient race and headed for the barbarian everlasting sect. As he was alone and the various factions had already informed him, the perfect body's journey was unimpeded. A few days later, he arrived at the land of savages. This was his first time here, and he was also slightly shocked by the extremely dense heaven and earth spirit chi here. "Who are you?" "Stop right there." However, before he could express the shock in his heart, an explosive shout suddenly rang out. Caught off guard, the perfect body's eardrums hurt and his ears buzzed. A Herculean tiger ape appeared beside the perfect body. A violent aura surged around it, and its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. Ever since the human factions retreated, it hadn't killed a human for a long time. It hadn't tasted the delicacy of human flesh. When it saw the perfect body, it coveted it, but it was still very afraid. It had a nagging feeling that this fellow wasn't easy to deal with. In the mortal small world, Longhu had subdued a race of Herculean tiger apes. After this race followed Longhu's sovereign, all of them had acknowledged him as their master. Apart from some guarding the sect and the small world, some were participating in the war. Herculean tiger ape. Interesting, really interesting. From the looks of it, the rumors are true. Zichen has really created an army of mutated beasts. Looking at the Herculean tiger ape, the perfect body smiled and said, I'm a friend of your everlasting sect master, Zichen. I'm here to find Zichen. The perfect body believed that there was nothing wrong with his attitude. He was very friendly, but he didn't expect the Herculean tiger ape to be enraged just as he finished speaking. With a roar, it launched a crazy attack at him. Strong winds howled as the sound of the void shattering constantly sounded. Terrifying forces appeared in the air one after another. The Herculean tiger ape, who knew some combat techniques, had attacked several times stronger than before. I said, I'm here to find Zichen. We're friends. The perfect body shouted as he blocked the Herculean tiger ape's attack. Human, do you really think we're idiots? We've seen many shameless humans like you these days. Die. The Herculean tiger ape didn't buy it at all as it displayed its powerful attacks. It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. I'm really Zichen's friend. The perfect body shouted loudly. He was here to negotiate, so it wasn't appropriate for him to be ruthless to the Herculean tiger ape. However, the Herculean tiger ape was stubborn. It ignored him and only knew how to attack. Just as the perfect body was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and didn't know what to do, a familiar voice sounded. Perfect body, it's you. The demonic ape flew over from afar. He was surprised that the Herculean demon ape couldn't take down its opponent. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Demonic ape, it's you. That's great, that's great. Quickly make this idiot stop. The perfect body shouted. The Herculean tiger ape angrily launched another powerful attack. It only stopped when it was berated by the demonic ape. However, its eyes were staring intently at the perfect body because of the words idiot. Why are you here? The demonic ape stepped forward. Sigh, don't mention it. I got a mission. The perfect body dejectedly recounted what had happened. Previously, the demonic ape had a look of joy, but soon, he frowned and his expression turned much colder. After the perfect body finished speaking, he asked, In that case, you're here to be a lobbyist for those factions. I can't be considered a lobbyist. I'm just here to convey the message. Without waiting for the perfect body to finish speaking, the demonic ape said coldly, I don't care why you're here. In short, you're not welcome here. Leave. The perfect body looked at the demonic ape in disbelief and said, Demonic ape, it's me. Perfect body, you haven't invited me to the Infinity Sect as a guest. Why are you chasing me away for no reason? I know it's you, but our Infinity Sect doesn't welcome you. Are you leaving or not? Facing the cold demonic ape, the perfect body said shamelessly, I'm not leaving. I want to see Zichen. I won't leave until I see Zichen. Zichen is in seclusion. He won't see anyone. Leave quickly. If you don't blame me for being rude. The demonic ape's attitude was unyielding and he didn't give the perfect body any face. This left him at a loss whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he was slightly angry. We welcome you, but if you came with a motive, especially for those factions that wish to kill us, there's no room for discussion. The demonic ape said coldly. Leave immediately and we'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, we'll forcefully send you out. He originally thought that it would be a simple matter, but he didn't expect the matter to be so difficult to handle. He couldn't even get past the demonic ape. The perfect body couldn't help but frown. At the same time, he was in a difficult position, not knowing what to do. Perfect brat, are you even human? Do you have a conscience? Others are about to kill us, yet you still want to speak up for them. Are you doing this on purpose? The flying divine tiger flew over from afar, followed by Longhu and Torvosaurus. They said that they were in the wrong in the past. Everyone's grudges are written off. We will still be friends when we meet in the future. The perfect body braced himself and explained. Friends? Pui! How can they be worthy of being friends? Do you believe that? They tried to kill us several times, but today, they want to reconcile with a single sentence. Let me tell you, there's no way. Besides, this matter isn't over. If you want to come to the land of barbarians, feel free to come. We'll definitely accompany you. The flying divine tiger said angrily. I won't send you off. Longhu's attitude was also very firm. 1 against 4, not to mention the perfect body, even Zichen might not be able to gain the upper hand. Furthermore, both parties were friends, so it was naturally impossible for them to fight. Therefore, the perfect body could only leave resentfully. The mighty tiger ape watched the perfect body leave with its own eyes before returning to report. The demonic ape nodded and said with a smile, It seems that Zichen's guess is right. After a large faction's forceful attack fails, they will think of other ways. Zichen had expected this scene in advance. As for why the demonic ape's attitude was so firm and didn't care about their past relationship, it was also deliberately instructed by Zichen. The current Infinity Sect lacked time, so they had to fight for it. Not letting the perfect body enter the sect to meet him, and chasing him out was also a way to buy time. The perfect body had suffered a setback here and was filled with anger. After spending a few days to return, he vented all his anger at the large factions. After that, he angrily went into seclusion. The people from the large factions looked at each other, and were extremely furious. A puny demon actually dared to reject their intentions to reconcile. They really didn't know what was good for them. However, despite their anger, they still had to resolve the matter. Helpless, they could only look for the Earth Origin Realm, who had accepted their gifts, to send another person. The Earth Origin Realm frowned and shook his head. I'm afraid there's no one else to send. This is because in the entire ancient race, he has the best relationship with Zichen. As for the past, there were also people who had a good relationship with Zichen, but unfortunately, they were all killed by the demons. To chase him out despite having a good relationship, what kind of relationship is this? The people from the large factions were indignant. After much persuasion, they finally invited the perfect body out again. After promising him some benefits, the perfect body once again embarked on his journey to the barbarian lands. And this round trip had already taken a month. This time, the perfect body was once again blocked by the Vigor Tiger Ape. After a simple exchange, the demonic ape rushed over. It's you again! The demonic ape's expression turned ugly. Haha, demonic ape, long time no see. I want to see Zichen. It's been a long time since I've seen him. The perfect body said with a laugh. Zichen is in seclusion. The demonic ape said unhappily. Asking him to come out of seclusion? Could it be that he won't see a friend? The demonic ape said coldly. Friend, do you count? Of course. I'm here to drink with Zichen. Just drink. The perfect body emphasized. Really? Of course, really. The demonic ape stared at the perfect body for a moment. The smile on the other party's face was very indifferent. Finally, the demonic ape said, All right, follow me. Chapter 1075. As Zichen's friend, Su Mingyao received the perfect body very well. She had good tea, water, and hospitality, but she didn't mention a word about the perfect body's intentions. During this period, the perfect body naturally asked about Zichen, but Su Mingyao cleverly avoided or ignored it. For example, when the perfect body asked where Zichen had gone, Su Mingyao smiled and replied that the kitchen was already cooking. When they learned of Zichen's arrival, they were all of high standards. The standards were comparable to receiving an Earth Essence Realm cultivator. The following answers were almost all the same. This kind of answer had nothing to do with cleverness. It was a completely irrelevant answer to the question. It was as if he didn't know anything and was even a little unreasonable. Thankfully, the perfect body's skin was ultimately thicker. After patiently asking again and again, Su Mengyao finally couldn't continue ignoring this question. She could only answer truthfully. Zichen is in seclusion. I want to see him, said Su Mengyao. The Infinity Sect has too many enemies. We urgently need an Earth Essence Realm cultivator to hold down the fort. Zichen is our only hope. We don't have much time left. We have to race against time. Zichen, who is in seclusion, won't see anyone. The perfect body couldn't help but frown, thinking that today's matter was probably going to be ruined again. When will Zichen come out of seclusion? The perfect body asked again, clearly still unwilling to accept the outcome. When he breaks through to the Earth Essence Realm, or when the Holy Burial Ground completely opens. Su Mengyao didn't hide anything. Speaking of the Holy Burial Ground again, the perfect body naturally wouldn't forget his mission, so he directly said it. What? You're here to be a lobbyist for those factions? Su Mengyao frowned slightly as her attitude clearly changed. Don't misunderstand. I'm just a messenger. Afraid that he would be chased out, the perfect body hurriedly explained. Besides, they also said that they were in the wrong back then. The grudges between the two sides have been written off. We will still be friends when we meet. Su Mingyao's attitude was naturally much better than the devil ape's. Although she didn't say any malicious words, her face was still very ugly. After a while, she said with some anger, Let bygones be bygones. How can we let bygones be bygones? Compensation? They think that by giving some compensation, everything will be fine. The perfect body's mouth suddenly widened as he put on an extremely shocked look. He said in surprise, Compensation? I didn't say anything about compensation. What? They don't even want to give compensation? They want to settle their grudges with just a few words? Aren't they going too far? Men, send the guests out. The perfect body was sadly invited out. During this time, he only drank a cup of tea and didn't even eat a mouthful of hot rice. In the hall, the perfect physique was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Beside the hall, Earth Origin Realm explained, This is our fault. We didn't explain it clearly before. We admit that we were too harsh on Zichen and caused some losses. We are willing to compensate them. As long as they offer reasonable conditions, we will definitely agree. The perfect body looked at everyone and asked in confusion, What do you mean? Earth Origin Realm said with a smile, What we mean is that you should go again. The perfect body almost jumped up when he heard that. He said with a sharp voice, What? I'm going again? I've already gone twice in a row. I've almost offended all my original friends. Do you want me to go again? Do you want me to offend Zichen as well? Young friend, don't be agitated. It's easy to get angry when you're agitated. Come, calm down. An Earth Origin Realm cultivator took out a folding fan. The folding fan emitted a lustrous glow. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. Furthermore, there was the aura of a soul on it. Clearly, this was a soul spirit weapon. Furthermore, for the folding fan to be able to be made into a soul spirit weapon, it clearly indicated that it had an extraordinary background. This is the last time, the perfect body said as he glanced at the folding fan. All right, this is the last time. The perfect body arrived at the barbarian land for the third time, and arrived at the boundless sect for the second time. This time, the person who received him was still Su Mengyao. After coming 3 times, his goal was clear, so he didn't beat around the bush. He directly asked the boundless sect what compensation they wanted. At the same time, he indicated that he could try to extort them. Su Mengyao was thinking very seriously. During this period, the perfect body waited patiently. At the same time, he took out a folding fan and opened it with a snap. He fanned himself twice. The folding fan was extremely extraordinary. Coupled with the perfect body's perfect appearance, such a scene made him look like an extremely cultured and elegant young master. He was the dream partner of many young girls. Unfortunately, Su Mengyao, who was deep in thought, didn't notice this. However, Wan Shan, who happened to come in from outside, noticed it. Such arrogant behavior immediately attracted his displeasure. Sister Mengyao, you called for us. He suppressed his displeasure and asked. After Wan Shan, Black Wind, Wu Lu, and company all came in. Currently, Zi Qin and company were in seclusion. Fiend Ape was guarding outside. There were only a few people in the sect who could speak. After everyone entered, they first bowed to Su Mengyao before asking what was the matter. The perfect body closed his folding fan and revealed a smile that he thought was modest. He said, "It's like this. I'm here to discuss matters on behalf of those large factions. They apologize for what happened in the past, so they specially asked me to ask if you need any compensation. Feel free to mention it. As long as it's within reason, I'll definitely fight for it for everyone." The perfect body's words were beautiful, but he didn't receive any cheers. This was because his appearance was too arrogant. He was good-looking to begin with, and with an even more extraordinary folding fan, it was really displeasing to men. Wan Shan's eyes darted around before he looked at the folding fan and exclaimed, "Oh, nice fan." As he spoke, he took a few steps forward and carefully sized it up. "It's also a soul spirit weapon. Little brother, you have good eyes," said the perfect body with a smile. "It's also a soul spirit weapon that hasn't acknowledged a master. Little brother, you do have good eyes." The perfect body laughed. He hadn't had the time to refine it. "Can I take a look?" Wan Shan had a look of anticipation. "Come, do as you please. As long as you're happy, you can take a look as long as you want." The perfect body generously handed the folding fan to Wan Shan. Wan Shan flipped it around and clicked his tongue in wonder. He praised that it was indeed a good item. Finally, he closed the folding fan and turned to look at Su Mengyao. "Sister Mengyao, look at this folding fan. Isn't it very compatible with brother-in-law?" The perfect body had a look of confusion on his face. He didn't understand why this young man, who had a high status in the Boundless sect, would call him brother-in-law with such a strange name. Su Mengyao guessed Wan Shan's thoughts and smiled without saying a word. "I think it's very compatible with brother-in-law. Since the other party came with sincerity, I think we should discuss this matter properly. As for this folding fan, I'll accept it on brother-in-law's behalf." "Thank you. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know who brother-in-law is, right? He's Zichen, our sect master. He's my brother-in-law. My sister is Wang Xiener." As Wang Shan explained, the perfect body's expression changed. At first, he was puzzled, then a look of shock appeared on his face. Following that, the shock turned ugly. In the end, the perfect body's expression was extremely ugly. It was extremely pale without any color. At the same time, he felt a stifling breath in his heart. This breath was almost like blood, making him feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to cough it out. Before he could say anything, he saw this fellow named Wan Shan take away the folding fan after thanking him again. He really took it away. The perfect body wanted to shout that it was his, but the breath in his chest was suppressed. He couldn't shout no matter what. In the end, he could only accept his fate. Zichen wasn't around, so Su Mengyao and company naturally couldn't come to a conclusion regarding the compensation. However, she told the perfect body that as long as Zichen came out of seclusion, she would inform Zichen of this matter and let him decide. The perfect body returned for the third time, but he still failed to complete the mission. That wasn't all. The gifts that others had given him had all been taken away by that darn fellow named Wan Shan. How was it? Similarly in the hall, an Earth Essence Realm expert from a large faction asked. Half of it was done. They said that after Zichen comes out of seclusion, they will get Zichen to tell you what compensation you need. The perfect body was in a bad mood. His voice was weak. It was fine that he had been scammed, but most importantly, he hadn't eaten a single meal there. He had gone 3 times in a row, but he hadn't eaten a single hot meal. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. The large factions were clearly very dissatisfied with this outcome. As though they felt that it was because they had accepted gifts without doing anything, one of them had a bad attitude as he said unhappily. What if Zichen doesn't come out of seclusion? Zichen will definitely come out of seclusion when the holy burial ground opens. The holy burial ground hasn't opened yet. This was a result that surprised everyone. The power of the laws hasn't dissipated yet. I personally went to take a look. There's no mistake, said the perfect body. Although they weren't satisfied with this outcome, they didn't have any good ideas at the moment. After returning, the large factions were naturally furious. Damn it, if we're angered, we'll gather all the factions of the Tianwu continent and attack the everlasting sect in one fell swoop. Even if Zichen is a god, he will be besieged to death. This is a double-edged sword. If we use it well, it will be beneficial to us. If we don't use it well, we will be pushed into a corner. Zichen has provoked so many people along the way and still hasn't died. Other than his strength, he naturally has some smarts. Today, he has the resources of the holy burial ground, so he won't go against the entire Tianwu continent. Then what should we do? We can only wait. Wait for the negotiation to succeed. You believe that it will succeed? Definitely, because that rippling light barrier won't appear forever. When the holy burial ground closes, the rippling light barrier will disappear. The large factions chose to wait. In the following period of time, they also urged the perfect body to go to the everlasting sect a few more times, but they didn't see Zichen. The holy burial ground had yet to open. Due to the delay, a year passed. Without any external interference, the power of the laws outside the holy burial ground slowly dissipated. Finally, it reached a limit. Inform Zichen that the power of the laws outside the holy burial ground is about to disappear. A day later, Zichen came out of the Sea of Lightning. After a year of seclusion, his progress was rapid. However, it would still be a long time before his next breakthrough. After coming out, Zichen first went to the holy burial ground to take a look. After discovering that there wasn't much power of the laws left, he returned to the everlasting sect. Chapter 1076. Su Mingyao reported what had happened in the past year to Zichen. There hadn't been any battles in the past year. The various large factions were already afraid of being beaten. The remaining time was spent discussing with people. Among them, the one who came the most was naturally the perfect body. Apart from the perfect body, the other factions also sent people over. For example, the Wu family or the demons of the vast desolate lands. When their representatives came, they clearly expressed that if the boundless sect allowed them to bring people in, they were willing to pay some compensation for this matter and remembered the boundless sect's favor. Zichen listened patiently and asked, "When was the last time the perfect body came?" Su Mingyao said, "A month ago. I reckon he'll be here soon." Zichen nodded and said, "All right then. We'll talk about it when the perfect body comes." Su Mingyao asked, "What do you plan on doing with the other factions? Do you plan on informing them to discuss the remuneration?" Zichen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Although the holy burial ground has appeared in the boundless sect this time, all the factions in the heaven martial continent have seen it. We can't eat such a large piece of cake. After the negotiations are over, I'll inform them to come in." Su Mingyao nodded and was speechless. 3 days later, the perfect body came again and finally saw Zichen. He was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Zichen invited the perfect body to the hall. The latter grumbled and poured out his grievances. Zichen listened quietly without interrupting him. He only stopped when the perfect body was tired. Zichen poured a cup of tea for the perfect body and asked, "I heard that you have become a lobbyist for those factions." The perfect body took a sip of tea and said, "I can't be considered a lobbyist. I'm just following the orders of the higher-ups. I'm just a messenger." Zichen raised his brows and said, "It's understandable that others don't know about our grudge, but you should know very well." The perfect body put down the teacup, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "I naturally know about your grudges, but the commotion caused by the holy burial ground is too great. They are also determined to enter. If you insist on stopping them, you need to send out many experts to guard against them. Even if you succeed in stopping them, You have to worry about the crazy revenge of these large factions after the rippling barrier disappears. The 5 elements forces, the 5 great families, the sword sect, the overlord body, and the killing sect. Good lord, Zichen has offended all the major forces. I'm afraid that the Wuji sect will be swallowed up in an instant. Zichen looked at the perfect body and said, You are threatening me. Of course not. I'm thinking for you. Right now, the opportunity for both sides to reconcile is right in front of you. As long as you're willing, our grudges are nothing. Let's forget about our past grudges. Zichen had a sarcastic look on his face. It's nothing. Just write it off. Do you really believe that character? The perfect body shrugged and said, In this situation, we have to believe it even if we don't want to. That's why. Without waiting for the perfect body to finish speaking, Zichen said, That's why I want to use this opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. I want to make them feel heartache. The perfect body smiled and didn't say a word, but it was clearly a tacit agreement. Zichen pondered for a moment as he pondered over what compensation he should ask for. Now, the Wuji sect didn't lack resources, so resources were useless. Without experts, he didn't dare take what others gave him. He didn't lack mystic manuals, and he had enough technique legacies. After thinking for a long time, Zichen finally said, The compensation is soul spirit weapons. 2 for each family. 2. The perfect body's eyes suddenly widened. Why? You can't accept that? Zichen frowned. The perfect body knew that Zichen had misunderstood and immediately explained. From the looks of it, you still don't know the effects of the holy burial ground on those factions. According to the records, there are many techniques and divine powers inside. Apart from that, there are also many soul spirit weapons. They will give you 4, much less 2. Zichen's brows didn't relax because of this. He said, I've been to the holy burial ground once. There aren't any soul spirit weapons, not even alchemy weapons. The secret of the holy burial ground isn't something you can figure out just by entering once. Now that it has taken the initiative to appear in the world and caused such a huge commotion, even a ghost wouldn't believe that there's nothing good inside. Don't worry and boldly ask for it. 4 for each family. They probably won't hesitate. By the way, let me tell you in advance. It's 4 soul spirit weapons, not a peak soul spirit weapon. Peak soul spirit weapons were the limit of what a family could nurture. They were truly good items. Nurturing one would take at least 1,000 years, and there definitely wouldn't be many of them. Zichen understood how precious such items were, so he naturally guessed that those factions wouldn't give them that good. The 2 of them discussed and finally decided on 4 for each family. After the perfect body returned, the major factions came to discuss this matter. The discussion didn't seem to go smoothly, but they had achieved the desired outcome. Do you want to send these items over yourself or do you want me to send them over? Asked the perfect body. The Earth Essence Realm experts from the major factions pondered for a moment before finally saying, Young friend, I'll have to trouble you to send them over. If they were to let their people send them over, it was unknown what kind of conflict would arise between the 2 parties. It was better to let the perfect body send them over. As for 4 soul spirit weapons, it was equivalent to buying a Tao. After hearing that the holy burial ground would soon open, the efficiency of the major factions became very fast. In just 3 days, each of them had sent 4 soul spirit weapons. The perfect body didn't waste any time. After taking the soul spirit weapons, he threatened to get the ancient race to quickly arrange for people to head to the barbarian land. As for these factions, there was no need to remind them. Their people had probably finished preparing a year ago. A few days later, the perfect body arrived at the Boundless sect and met Zichen in the hall. Here, 4 for each family. Not a single one is missing. The quality isn't bad either. The perfect body took out a spirit ring and with a shake of his hand, the spirit ring flew towards Zichen. A blue folding fan suddenly appeared in Zichen's hand. With a tap of the fan's tip, the spirit ring flew towards the perfect body. Zichen said, Choose one first. Seeing the folding fan that should have belonged to him land in Zichen's hand, the perfect body felt uncomfortable. Furthermore, seeing that Zichen was extremely satisfied with the folding fan, he naturally couldn't ask for it. Helpless, he could only choose one from the spirit ring. At the late-stage human essence realm, the perfect body had his own soul-spirit weapon. If he nurtured it again, he probably wouldn't have the time or experience. Therefore, he chose a soul-spirit weapon for fun at most. Just like the folding fan, it was to show off his unparalleled bearing. After receiving the spirit ring, Zichen called Wang Shan over. At the same time, he gestured for him to inform the other factions that the barbarian lands would be open to them. The holy burial ground would also be open to them. Wang Shan said curiously, "Brother-in-law, why don't we ask them for some remuneration? You have to know that their factions aren't small. They have plenty of good things in their hands," Zichen said with a smile. "We can't offend all the large and small factions in the Tianwu continent, right?" For some reason, Zichen had a bad feeling about the opening of the holy burial ground. This bad feeling wasn't groundless. It was based on the last time he entered. That place was very mysterious. Zichen had a nagging feeling that the opening wasn't simple. Soon, Wang Shan released the news. The Boundless sect was willing to share the holy burial ground for free. All the factions were extremely surprised. Following that, there was an uproar. Although they had guessed that the Boundless sect wouldn't dare to offend all the factions in the continent, and would definitely open the holy burial ground for them, in their hearts, this kind of openness came with a certain price. And because of this price, the newly established Boundless sect would once again gain a large amount of income. However, they hadn't expected that Zichen wouldn't ask for any remuneration at all. This boldness caused many factions to be moved. It had to be known that if there was an opportunity to ask for a spirit weapon, they would agree. Zichen's Boundless sect would receive dozens of spirit weapons before they even entered the holy burial ground. However, Zichen had opened it up for free. Everyone had witnessed Zichen's boldness. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh. As expected of an existence that dared to challenge the overlords. This kind of wisdom and decisiveness far surpassed ordinary people. As the holy burial ground was about to open, Zichen had someone call out everyone who had been in seclusion. After more than a year of seclusion, and with the Boundless sect providing them with many resources, everyone had made great progress. Zhang Haotian's realm had broken through to the late stage of the human primordial realm. LV Peng's cultivation hadn't improved much, only reaching the mid-stage of the human primordial realm. The devil ape, Longwu, and the others were only one step away from the late stage. Wang Xian and the others had also reached the peak of the mid-stage. Zichen asked everyone to be prepared. As soon as the holy burial ground opened, they would enter it. As the news spread, people from various factions also entered the barbarian land and went straight to the holy burial ground. However, they were still at the periphery of the holy burial ground. Before the power of laws dissipated naturally, there was still a large army of strange beasts guarding there. Zichen left the main hall and went to one of the few mountains of the Boundless sect. The most skilled blacksmiths of the Boundless sect were gathered there. After passing down many blacksmithing skills, although the Boundless sect's blacksmithing skills didn't dare to say that they had reached the peak, they had reached a very high level. During this period, they had perfectly forged more than 10 spirit weapons. Zichen came here to refine the pinnacle finger gauntlet and the folding fan that he had obtained from the tyrant body. He still had some high-quality Thunder Soul crystals on him. Rather than reforging them, it was better to add these things to the existing spirit weapons and refine them again. Moreover, the spirit power in the spirit weapons would increase a little. This was also one of the ways to upgrade spirit weapons besides nourishing them. Because the sect master wanted to refine the weapons, all the founding elders came. Moreover, all of them were very careful. Before the refinement, they were fully prepared. Next, it was a round of melting. After that, they used blacksmithing skills to add various array patterns. Then, they added blood essence, solidified it, and honed it. It was simple to say, but it was more troublesome to refine. Zichen personally guided them. After modifying the finger gauntlet, it took 7 days. Next, they spent a few more days to refine the folding fan. The original folding fan emitted a luster, but now there were streaks of lightning on it. When the folding fan opened, a ferocious and mighty thunder dragon could be seen. It was vivid. Chapter 1077. After putting away the two weapons, Zichen returned to the Wuji Palace. He had already summoned the demon ape and the others to discuss the matter of going to the holy burial ground. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but Zichen had a feeling that something bad would happen in the holy burial ground. Or perhaps it was some kind of danger. His worry wasn't groundless. Because of this, he had asked Su Mengyao for a divination. A year ago, 8 Earth Origin Realm experts had led an army to attack the Wuji sect. At that time, the divination had shown that the Wuji sect would be safe. Zichen didn't know this at first, but Su Mengyao had told him afterward. The divination had shown that the Wuji sect would be destroyed, but when it came to the holy burial ground, Su Mengyao couldn't divine it. The divination was chaotic. The fact that she couldn't divine it meant that there was a problem. Adding on the fact that Su Mengyao also had a bad feeling, Zichen didn't plan on bringing too many people to the holy burial ground. Footsteps rang out as everyone entered the palace. After a while, everyone was present. Apart from Old Gui and Old Man Mingqing, who were in seclusion to break through to the Earth Origin Realm, everyone else was present. The news of the holy burial ground had already spread like wildfire. All the teams from the various powers had arrived, and everyone naturally knew the reason why Zichen had gathered everyone. All of them were filled with excitement and anticipation. The holy burial ground was known as the most mysterious place in the Sky Martial continent, second only to the Lightning Divine Hall. At the top of the palace, Zichen looked at the excited crowd and said, "This time, I'll only bring a few people. The rest will stay in the sect and guard it." This result caused an uproar. Some couldn't believe it. "Brother-in-law, I'm afraid this arrangement of yours isn't appropriate. Everyone is bringing an army, and every team has over 100 people. If you only bring a few people, you won't be able to hold the fort when you encounter a precious treasure," Wang Shan said. "You should bring hundreds or thousands of people. You don't even need to fight. You can scare them to death. More people means more targets. Naturally, it'll be more dangerous. If a treasure really appears, then the one who obtains it will definitely be the strongest, not the more people." Seeing that Wang Shan still wanted to say something, Zichen said, "Say no more. I've already decided on this matter. Let's do it." In the Boundless sect, Zichen was the one with the highest authority. As long as Zichen nodded, no one could refute his words. Even if they did, it would be useless. Next, Zichen began to select people. The devil ape came from the holy burial ground, so Zichen would naturally bring him along. LV Ping was an array master. His attainments in array formations were extremely high. In the holy burial ground, if they encountered some array formations, he would be the one to break them. Su Mengyao was good at deduction and could find a way to survive in a dangerous place. Zhang Haotian was an expert in the Tao of assassination, and his concealment techniques were brilliant. He was suitable for seizing treasures in the midst of chaos. The spirit-devouring rats were born to hunt for treasures, so he naturally brought them along as well. In the end, he also brought along Longvu. The group of 6, plus Zichen's group of 7, prepared some essential elixirs and headed to the holy burial ground. Outside the holy burial ground, large and small powers had already arrived. The most prominent ones were the 5 elements powers. As long as the 5 families formed an alliance, it would be the strongest alliance on the martial heaven continent. After them were the powers comparable to the 5 elements families. There was the sword sect, the tyrant body bloodline, and other powers. The demonic beasts of the wasteland, the Wu family, and many other powerful families of the martial heaven continent naturally attracted the attention of countless people when Zichen's group arrived. In the current martial heaven continent, if one had to say who was the most famous, it would definitely be Zichen. Zichen was the most dazzling new star of the martial heaven continent. In front of Zichen, even an unrivaled spirit body would lose its luster. "He's Zichen," He founded a large sect at such a young age, and he's even able to contend against the other powers. Zichen, the boundless sect's master. After offending so many large powers, he's the only one who's still alive. Furthermore, he's living a carefree life. That's him. He killed several spirit bodies. Those are his friends. It's said that they aren't weak either. When Zichen arrived, everyone began to discuss him. Even the people beside Zichen became the subject of discussion. Zichen, you only brought these few people? An extremely surprised voice rang out. It was naturally the perfect body. There were no more than 10 people here who would take the initiative to greet Zichen. Quality, not quantity. Furthermore, we don't have enough resources and experts. We can't afford a chaotic battle. Zichen glanced at the ancient races in the distance and smiled. Over 100 ancient races had come this time. Other than the perfect body, Zichen also saw the barbarian god from back then. Both sides nodded in greeting. Right on the heels of that, 2 demons walked over from the desolate lands. They were Ape Lin and Ape Dragon. These 2 were Zichen's friends. There were many races among the demons, and almost all of them had come this time. The 2 of them represented the ape race, so there were dozens of them. However, in the outside world, the demons of the desolate lands were one family, so they stood together. After that, the Wu family's Wuyu also came to greet them. They also joined forces with other factions, forming an alliance of hundreds of people. Although the others didn't go forward, they nodded when Zichen's gaze swept past them. They were thanking Zichen for giving them the opportunity to enter the holy burial ground for free. When Zichen's gaze swept past the 5 Elements faction, although they didn't show any hostility, their expressions were relatively cold. Baldy, those are Buddhists. Devil Ape's surprised voice suddenly sounded. As Zichen looked over, he saw more than 20 monks standing alone in a distant place. Just as Zichen was looking at those monks, the group of monks also felt it and looked over. Zichen was surprised to see acquaintances among them. Seeing Zichen, the 2 monks took the initiative to walk over and saluted Zichen at the same time. Greetings, benefactor. Greetings, master. They were Ming Xian and Ming Zhu. After greeting each other, Zichen asked, Master Ming Xian, did the good and evil monk come out? Do you have any news about him? This is also the reason why I came to find you, benefactor. Back then, you went to the holy land of Buddhism with the Arhat. Why did you come out alone? Ming Xian put his palms together and asked. So the monk hasn't come out yet. Zichen was stunned. He then briefly told them what had happened in the Buddhist ruins. I see. The Arhat must be comprehending the inheritance. There was obvious joy in the eyes of the 2 monks. They then saluted Zichen at the same time and thanked him repeatedly. Other than thanking Zichen for telling them about the monk's situation, they also wanted to thank Zichen for opening the holy burial ground. They met some friends. There were still a few days before the holy burial ground opened. Zichen didn't plan to force it open. He just wanted to wait patiently. Suddenly his gaze fell on a certain place, and he couldn't help but frown. This was because there was a very eye-catching army at the edge of the human element group. It was a group of tall demons. They came uninvited. There were so many of them that they occupied an area. The other factions all stayed far away from them. Why are the demons here? I was talking about the human factions. I never said that the demons were allowed to come. Zichen's face was immediately filled with dissatisfaction. Devil Ape explained. They came to visit you before. They said that they were your friends in need. But you weren't here and we couldn't verify it, so we didn't make things difficult for them. Friends. The frowning Zichen suddenly noticed a strange beast among the demons. This beast was covered in black scales, and it looked like a combination of many different animals. It had the head of a lion, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of an elk, the scales of a dragon, and the tail of an ox. However, when all of these were combined, it formed an extremely majestic demon beast. That's a Qilin. Upon seeing this dignified demonic beast, Zichen's pupils couldn't help but constrict. This was because it resembled a legendary divine beast. That's not a divine beast, a Qilin, but a demonic qilin. It's very rare among the demons, but it has extremely powerful combat strength. Its true combat strength is comparable to a heaven-splitting battle ape, explained the perfect body beside Zichen when he saw the demonic qilin. Comparable to a heaven-splitting battle ape. Zichen was surprised. The devil ape's current combat strength was almost comparable to a spirit body. If the demonic qilin's combat strength was comparable to a heaven-splitting battle ape, wouldn't that mean that it was comparable to a spirit body? As though guessing Zichen's thoughts, the perfect body said, "Spirit bodies aren't invincible. It has always been said that spirit bodies are invincible. Apart from their combat strength not being weak, there's another reason that can't be ignored. It's because of their origins. As the largest faction in the Tianwu continent, who would dare kill them?" Returning to the topic at hand, the perfect body said, "I forgot to tell you. That demonic qilin is indeed extraordinary, but what's truly extraordinary is its owner, the seventh princess of the royal family. Her combat strength is extraordinary, and she's also an extremely difficult character to deal with. She's very famous among the demons and suppresses the other princes and princesses." As he spoke, Zichen saw a woman sitting on the demonic qilin's back. She was dressed in a tight black dress and had an indifferent expression. She looked noble and cold, like a real queen. When Zichen saw her appearance, he was immediately surprised. He hadn't expected to meet her here. From afar, the princess also saw Zichen and signaled for the demonic qilin to come forward. Beside the demonic qilin, many demons followed and protected him. When they saw the princess move, they all followed. However, when the princess glanced at them indifferently, they all lowered their heads and obediently retreated. However, one person still followed. The demonic qilin brought the princess over. Beside him was a middle-aged demon. At that moment, Zichen's gaze was not on the princess, but on the middle-aged man beside her. If Zichen guessed correctly, this middle-aged man should be the unfathomable Earth origin realm expert who had followed the princess back then. When Zichen didn't kill the princess in the Flame Ancient Castle, part of the reason was that he was a male chauvinist. However, there was another reason that couldn't be ignored. At that time, Zichen did feel a sense of danger. Obviously, after that, Zichen confirmed that the sense of danger came from the middle-aged demon in front of him. However, when an Earth Origin Realm expert arrived here, he would be the same as a human Origin Realm expert after suppressing his realm. If he died here, it wouldn't be worth it. Even the Five Elements forces didn't send an Earth Origin Realm expert this time, which showed that they were afraid of him. However, the princess in front of him didn't worry about dying. In addition to her courage, she was more confident. Chapter 1078. There were many princes and princesses in the demon race. They were like the dragon people in the desolate land and the spirit bodies in the five-element factions. Be it their status or bloodline strength, they were superior in number. They were born to be lofty existences that countless people looked up to. Spirit bodies were only a general term for outsiders. If one really wanted to differentiate them, there was naturally a difference in strength and status. It was the same for the princes and princesses of the demon race. As for the noble and cold seventh princess, she belonged to the highest level. Such an existence was even more noble than a spirit body. Usually, when they saw humans, their eyes grew on top of their heads. However, today, the seventh princess took the initiative to greet a human. This made the perfect body reveal a look of surprise. In the demon race, many people could die because of a word from the princess. Among humans, the demon race's princess was an existence that they were extremely afraid of. However, today, Zichen's answer to the princess surprised everyone. "It's you. The holy burial ground opened in this area. I don't think I let you demons come, right?" Zichen raised his head slightly and looked at the princess, his eyes revealing some hostility. "Last time, it was because of me that you gained so much. I thought you would be grateful. No matter what, we are still friends." The princess looked down at Zichen with a faint smile. "Friends?" Zichen revealed a mocking expression and sneered. Have you ever seen anyone become friends with someone who betrays their friends? Zichen was naturally referring to what had happened in the Flame Castle. At that time, almost all the people from the large factions had died. Even those who had not died had been trapped in the castle and taken away by Zichen. Only he, the princess, and a few demon guards knew the truth. If not for the princess's hint, it would have been impossible for that matter to be leaked. Similarly, the Infinity Sect would not have faced the calamity of being destroyed. That matter was just a misunderstanding. Of course, I'm not here today to clarify the misunderstanding. I'm just here to make a deal with you. Without waiting for the princess to finish speaking, Zichen immediately waved his hand and said, I won't make a deal with the demon race. Your wishful thinking is wrong. These are the rewards for the transaction. The princess ignored Zichen's refusal. With a flash of light, 4 black stones appeared in her hands. Others might not know about it, but Zichen naturally knew the value of the black stone. It was the key to evolving a spirit weapon into an earthly spirit weapon. The crystal in her hand was the demon race's brilliant demon crystal. She had once told Zichen that the brilliant demon crystal was divided into 3 grades: mortal, extreme, and saint. At this moment, there were 4 pieces of brilliant devil crystals in her palm. 3 of them were top grade and 1 was saint grade. If they were exchanged for soul weapons, they would be 2 ownerless peak soul weapons. Seeing these brilliant demon crystals, Zichen's expression changed. All of this seemed to be within the princess's expectations. She smiled and said, This is to thank you for giving us the opportunity to come in. Only half of it. After the transaction is completed, you will have the other half. What is that? Seeing Zichen's expression change, the others asked in confusion. Brilliant demon crystals, Zichen whispered. He stared at the princess and asked, What kind of transaction? The princess smiled and jumped off the demon Kirin's back. She then extended her slender finger and pointed at the holy burial ground in the distance. She said, You should be able to see that the demon image on the gate is not carved. It is sealed on it. I need the power inside. Zichen looked at the princess and did not immediately agree. The princess explained, The demon image that can be sealed on the gate of the holy burial ground has a very high status in the demon race. They have been dead for so many years, but their power has not dissipated. This is the purest demon power. It is very useful for my cultivation. Zichen turned his head and looked at the demon ape. The demon ape said, Yes, the power is very pure. There is power on both gates. You need to absorb it all, Zichen said. Of course, I can't absorb it all, but I have a brother here, the princess said. We talked about it, and we agreed to split it in half. Zichen thought for a moment, and finally said, 30%. I need 30% of the demon power. You should give it to the sky-splitting battle ape. But 30% is not enough. I can only give you 10% at most. Zichen shook his head and said firmly, 30%. It has to be 30%. 20%. Zichen did not say anything. This time, it was the princess who fell into deep thought. She hesitated for a long time, which showed the importance of 30% of the power. Okay, 30% it is. But you and your companions must help me. The princess finally made up her mind and nodded. What do you need us to do? I need your people to guard outside and not let anyone in until we successfully take away the power. Okay. After discussing the distribution of benefits, the following details were quickly resolved. Zichen, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. The princess turned around and smiled. Then, she rode Emolin away. Beside her, the middle-aged man took a deep look at Zichen. Brilliant demon crystal. Zichen, this is really a brilliant demon crystal that can transform a soul weapon. The perfect body asked anxiously after the princess left. I've seen it before. It shouldn't be fake, Zichen said. The perfect body asked excitedly. Then can you sell one to me? Zichen said with a smile. Why would I sell it? I'll give you one. With that said, Zichen threw a piece to the perfect body. This The perfect body caught it with a look of disbelief, but he felt that it was too valuable, so he wanted to return it. Take it. These things aren't of much use to us at the moment. Besides, we don't lack this piece, Zichen said. The perfect body thanked him profusely, indicating that he wanted to help the demons with Zichen. Be careful. I have a feeling that woman is up to no good. Su Mengyao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. Zichen nodded solemnly. After that, Zichen gestured for the Boundless Sect's army stationed here to seal off the area and prevent other factions from entering. During this period of time, the demon princess led more than 100 demons and approached the ancient castle. After letting the demons pass, the army blocked the other factions outside. This instantly attracted the displeasure of the others as all sorts of shouts sounded. Everyone calm down. We're just opening the door first. LV Ping explained to everyone. If you're just opening the door, why aren't you letting us pass? Why are you blocking us outside? That's right. Are you doing something shameful? Everyone naturally didn't believe it as they shouted loudly. Everyone, don't worry. It's just opening a door. It won't affect the matter of entering the holy burial ground. As for why I'm stopping you, it's because I'm afraid that you will cause trouble midway and ruin things, thus delaying the opening of the castle door. LV Ping explained patiently. In front of the ancient castle, a group of demons began to move. They began to carve and draw on the ground. At the same time, they threw out array platforms one after another, placing them in all directions. What are they doing? Zichen and the others were puzzled by the demon's actions. When they asked the demon ape, the latter said that he didn't understand either. Call LV Ping over. Don't worry about those people. Let him see what's going on with this array. Zichen transmitted. Soon, LV Ping arrived and carefully observed the demons carving the array. After a moment, LV Ping gave an uncertain answer. This array is related to power, but I'm not sure if it's a power extraction array. Demon Ape, can the power inside really be extracted? Zichen asked again. The demon ape shook his head. I'm not a true demon, so I don't know much about demons. There are no records of arrays in my inherited memories, so I'm not sure if I can extract it. No one understood. They could only watch as the demons worked. After 2 hours, the array was finished. All right, you can begin. The princess walked over and said to Zichen, you need to designate a location and then inject power into the array. By the way, I also invited a few people. Get your men to let them in. Zichen turned his head and saw the spirits of the 5 Elements faction flying over. Apart from that, there was also Jianxin and the Overlord body. These were all spirits, so the Infinity Sex Guards couldn't stop them at all. However, to Zichen's surprise, other than these people, there was also Monk Ming Xian, the Ape Dragon, and the Draconian Demon. These people were almost the entire Tianwu continent's top geniuses from the large factions. Their strength was naturally top-notch. They flew over, and the Infinity Sex Guards chased after them. Zichen waved his hand and sent a voice transmission, indicating for the guards to leave. Apart from Su Mengyao, a group of existences comparable to spirits, Zichen's group of 6, and the perfect body stood at the array formation's core, preparing to inject power into it. The middle-aged demon walked forward until he reached the nomological force in front of the ancient castle. The demon extended his hand forward, and there was a white bead in his palm. As a wisp of power was injected into the bead, beams of light fanned out towards the nomological force in front of him. Immediately after, a suction force seemed to emit from the light. The nomological force followed the fan-shaped light and floated towards the white bead. This white bead was actually absorbing rule force, which made everyone's expression become extremely surprised. After 15 minutes, the nomological force in front of the castle was completely absorbed by the white bead. The middle-aged demon put away the bead and nodded at the princess. All right, everyone, get ready, the princess said before glancing at the male demon at the array core beside her. The man was extremely handsome and cold. After appearing, he didn't interact with Zichen and company. His expression was very arrogant. The man nodded and shouted, activate the array. With that said, the array cores began to glow. Following that, pure demonic power surged out from the array cores. The array patterns under everyone's feet lit up one after another, accumulating quite a bit of demonic power. "All right, exert your strength." The princess also shouted and pressed her palm on the array core. The pure demonic power in her body surged towards the array patterns like a flood. Chapter 1079. In the formation, there were many kinds of power. There was the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth from the 5 elements family, the sword power of the sword sect, the overbearing power of the tyrant body, the perfect power of the perfect body, the perfect power of the yin-yang thunder origin energy in Zichen's body, the pure Buddhist power, Zhang Haotian's killing power, and other kinds of power. At this moment, almost all of the unique powers of the entire Tianwu continent were gathered in the formation. These powers merged into the formation core and spread in all directions. The originally pitch-black formation suddenly lit up with lights of various colors. These lights were colorful and dazzling. At the same time, they flashed with an extremely pure and surging aura. Under the guidance of the formation and the formation core, these powers flowed in the formation patterns and gradually gathered in one place. When all kinds of powers gathered together, there was no direct explosion. Because of the formation, the various powers formed a kind of fusion. Then, they rushed out of the formation's target, and went straight for the ancient castle's gate. This was the power of colorful light. It was as thick as a water tank. At the same time, with the formation as the base, it was like a colorful python that landed on the ancient castle's gate in front of them. The scene in front of them naturally alarmed the cultivators in the distance. When they saw so many people attacking the ancient castle's gate together, they were shocked and had a look of surprise on their faces. Almost subconsciously, they wanted to go forward to investigate and take the opportunity to enter the holy burial ground. As a result, there was some chaos in the surroundings. It was difficult for the Wuji sect's army to deal with the chaos. Boom! The colorful python collided directly in the middle of the ancient castle's gate. It looked like it was going to break through the gate. There was a loud sound, but the gate didn't shake. After the colorful light power collided, not only did the power not disperse or explode, but it was also absorbed by the gate. It was like it was tightly stuck in the middle of the gate, but it couldn't move at all. At this moment, the colorful light python seemed to have turned into a colorful light energy channel. The energy of the formation formed by many spiritual powerhouses connected to the gate in front of them. This situation was very similar to the scene of the devouring power mentioned earlier. However, with so many people, who should the devouring power be given to? Should everyone have a share? Or was there some other mystery? Just as Zichen's face showed a puzzled expression, he saw that the colorful light tunnel in front of him suddenly split into 2 at the end, turning into 2 rays of light. One ray of light landed on the door on the left, and the other landed on the door on the right. According to the original plan, the next step would be to devour the vast sea of pure mana within the phantom shadow. Sure enough, a crazy suction force suddenly appeared and began to devour endless power. However, it was not as everyone had imagined, where they were devouring the power of the demonic shadow on the door. Instead, a powerful suction force came from the demonic shadow and began to devour everyone's power. The demonic image on the door seemed to have come to life. Its blood-red eyes suddenly lit up and started to spin. It looked at everyone in the array and a faint red light shot out from its blood-red eyes, radiating throughout the array. In the next moment, everyone felt as if their bodies were bound by a mysterious force, and they were unable to move. This isn't extracting power, it's transferring power. We've been tricked! LV Peng's shout suddenly sounded. At this moment, the others naturally felt the power flowing out of their bodies. Moreover, this power was out of control. If it continued, they would be sucked dry. This was clearly a deliberate plan. Everyone's expression changed dramatically, and their eyes all turned to look at the 7th princess. Everyone's expression was indifferent, and their eyes were filled with undiminished killing intent. At that moment, Princess 7 did not seem to understand the situation in front of her. Her face was pale as a result of a large amount of power being drained. Her pair of beautiful eyes, which were originally bright, were now filled with confusion. What spirit body? What perfect body? What #1 person of the younger generation? I think you're just a bunch of idiots. Are you really so naive as to believe that you can extract the power of a demon expert for your own use? The real purpose of this array is to transfer power, not to extract power. You've all been tricked by my good sister. Ha! Beside Princess Seven, her brother, the arrogant prince, laughed out loud. At that moment, everyone was in the position of transferring power, but he was standing alone. Furthermore, his figure was not suppressed at all. If one looked down from the sky at this moment, they would be able to see that he was standing at the center of the entire array. You! Princess Seven stared at her brother, and her beautiful face immediately showed anger. Are you very disappointed? Are you very angry? Want to kill me? But you don't have the chance. None of you will have the chance. My good sister, today you will die, and each and every one of you will die. Then, there was a series of complacent laughter. Amidst the laughter, the arrogant prince bit the 5 fingers of his right hand. At the same time, he used his blood to quickly form a seal in the palm of his hand. Then, he pressed it on the array's eye again. Internal strife, brother and sister killing each other. Zichun did not expect to encounter such a melodramatic scene. What was even more melodramatic was that they actually believed it, and were then trapped. He looked around to see what kind of people were trapped here. Spiritual body, tyrant body, perfect body, Buddhist monk, dragon man, ape man, heaven-splitting battle ape, Emolin, Princess Seven, slaughter body, supreme ancient beast, and of course Zichun, who had 3 pages of the heavenly book. They had been tricked. They finally woke up and were furious. But at this moment, anger was useless. The most important thing was how to withdraw the power. Otherwise, the group would be sucked dry and die. After that, in the history of the entire Tianwu continent, there would be a history of a group of arrogant experts dying in grievance. What should we do? How should we withdraw the power? A spiritual body asked coldly. Obviously, he was asking Princess Seven. I don't know. I don't know anything about arrays. I thought it was to extract power and gather all the power in the array. Princess Seven shook her head and answered blankly. At this moment, her movements were also blocked, and she could not move. Beside her, the middle-aged man of the Earth Origin realm who had suppressed his realm was also the same. His face was filled with anger. This was the anger of being tricked. In the entire array, the only one who could move was the prince. As the seal fell on the array's eye, an extremely black and bright light followed the colorful energy channel and fell on the 2 huge demonic shadows. These 2 lights were like an activation code, but also like some kind of key or unsealing method. After entering the demonic shadow's body, it seemed to come alive. Its expression became more vivid, and then it let out a loud roar. In the next moment, 2 blood-red lights sprayed out from the gate of the ancient castle. The moment these blood-red lights appeared, they spread out like a fan. Wherever the blood-red light passed, everyone felt their blood begin to boil and flow chaotically. They were like disobedient little mice that wanted to rush out of their bodies. Outside the array base, there were still some demons. Wherever the blood-red light passed, their bodies suddenly began to spurt out blood without warning. The dark red blood was like condensed weapons that broke out of their bodies and flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, a demon's body was completely drained of blood. His entire body collapsed, his life force completely drained away. At the same time, his life force was also drained away. PFFF. Following that, the blood-red light passed through a second demon. His blood also rushed out in an instant, like a blood-red dragon, flying into the sky. That demon also collapsed. PFFF, PFFF. As another demon fell, it was like a chain reaction. The third, the fourth demon fell. As the blood-red light passed by, the other demons fell one after another. They all died in the same way. Their blood was drained, and they had no life force left. The moment the blood-red light passed through the air, it rushed towards the gate of the ancient castle. Above the gate, the two demonic shadows had already opened their bloody mouths, waiting for the blood-red light to arrive. Then they would swallow the blood without leaving a single drop behind. After swallowing so much blood, the two demonic shadows became clearer and more agile. At the same time, they sent out a cold thought. Not enough, not enough. The blood-red light spread out again, spreading into the distance. This time, the blood-red light didn't simply swallow the blood. Wherever the light passed, the soldiers of the Wuji sect who were guarding the gate exploded one by one. Their flesh and blood were instantly turned into dust, and then the demonic shadows swallowed their flesh and blood. The blood-red light was like a ripple of laws. As soon as it passed by, the bodies of the soldiers exploded with a bang. "Hurry up and back off, back off!" Zichen shouted. His face was filled with grief. After all, more than 30 Wuji sect's human origin realm cultivators had died in a short period of time. Other than the 30 Wuji sect's human origin realm cultivators who died, some of the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the chaos died as well. At this moment, the blood-red light was like the light of death. Wherever it passed, everyone retreated. If they were even a little bit slower, they would end up dead. Other than the group of people who were still alive in the formation, the only one who was still alive under the blood-red light was Su Mengyao. She was surrounded by a strange power. Wherever the blood-red light passed, it couldn't affect this power at all. Seeing that Zichen was trapped, she tried to attack the base of the formation. However, she found that it was useless. At this moment, all the spirits were sucked into the base of the formation. Not to mention that she was only at the human origin realm, even an earth origin realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do anything. After that, Su Mengyao was unwilling to give up and attack the gate of the ancient castle. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was useless. "Si-chun!" Su Mengyao shouted. Her calm face was now filled with panic. "This formation has become one. If you want to break it, there is only one way, and that is to break it with force. However, under the current situation, no one above the Earth origin realm can reach this world. Without that kind of force, there is no way to break this formation." LV Peng shouted at the crowd. "Then what should we do? Do we just wait for death?" Everyone's faces were filled with unwillingness. They were indeed unwilling because they were all spirits and had a bright future ahead of them. If they were killed here, it would be nothing. "There is no force, unless you can trigger the power of laws," LV Peng said. "Nonsense." Immediately, a human origin realm cultivator cursed. "If we could trigger the power of laws, why would I be here talking to you?" Chapter 1080. When their lives were threatened, even spirit bodies could no longer remain calm. Their bodies were suppressed by some force, and everyone was unable to move. It seemed like they could only wait for death. Therefore, as they discussed and searched for a way to save themselves, everyone's tone inevitably became very aggressive and inexplicably angry. In the distance, the sanguine light was still spreading. Everyone fled in a panic. No one dared to stay there any longer. Everyone could only save themselves, and there was only one way to save themselves: to summon the power of the laws. However, without reaching the Earth Essence realm and being unable to move their bodies, who could summon the power of the laws? The answer was no one, so everyone was in despair. Zichen's expression was very calm. At the same time, he injected all the essence energy in his body, perfect strength, perfect spiritual senses, and his vitality into the array formation. His body flashed with resplendent golden light. The golden light rapidly dimmed, and the powerful aura surging around him rapidly dissipated. Zichen was definitely one of the strongest among the group. Many people's attention was on him. At that moment, when they sensed the changes in Zichen's body, everyone was puzzled. Clearly, in the current situation, everyone should be trying their best to suppress their strength and not let it dissipate. They should strive to die a slower death, but they had never seen anyone release their strength. Wasn't this purely courting death? However, no one thought that Zichen was courting death. This was because any expert would have a greater desire to live, let alone Zichen. His friends and brothers were here, so he couldn't be in a hurry to die. However, under everyone's perception, Zichen's life aura became weaker and weaker. He was only a hair's breadth away from death. What is he doing? At that moment, everyone was still puzzled. Those who knew Zichen well knew what Zichen was doing. Zichen was risking his life. He wanted to attract the power of the laws in a completely impossible situation. In the current situation, the only way Zichen could attract the power of the laws was to use the perfect body's rebirth from ashes. However, Zichen didn't know if the perfect body could be reborn from ashes. He could only gamble with his life. Ha ha! The prince's laughter continued to reverberate throughout the world. He was very pleased with himself. Success was right in front of him. Above the castle gate, as they continued to devour the flesh and blood, the two demonic shadows became clearer and clearer, as if they could walk out of the castle gate at any time. The prince looked at the unwilling crowd and proudly said, "It's useless, all of you will die. Let me see how many spirits will die today, how many heroes will die. Yes, there are more than 10 of them. Zichen, you are known as the #1 human of the younger generation, but in my eyes you are nothing but trash." The prince saw that Zichen, who had changed the most and was about to die, and the pride on his face became even stronger. "What spirit annihilation? That's because the spirit body is weak. If I were to fight you, I would be able to kill you in minutes. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to fight me again. If there's an afterlife, I can give you a chance, but the outcome will probably be the same." The weak Zichen was no longer able to speak. However, Demon Ape and the others beside him were furious. This was because the prince was asking for a beating and was too pretentious. If the two of them really fought, although they didn't dare say that Zichen could kill the other party with one strike, Zichen would definitely be able to beat him to a pulp within 100 moves. The other party had used despicable means to plot against everyone, yet he still dared to boast shamelessly and make sarcastic remarks at this moment. It really made everyone wish they could immediately explode and kill him. As time passed, the others gradually understood what Zichen wanted to do, especially the Five Elements faction. They had dealt with Zichen many times and knew almost all of Zichen's methods. Although they usually wished that Zichen would die thousands of times, at this moment, everyone was on the same side. They naturally hoped that Zichen could live. Zichen's vitality was almost at its end. His eyes had already involuntarily narrowed. This was a sign that all of his power had been devoured and that he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the gate of the ancient castle. "Don't let him die. Replenish his power. All of the power in his body is extremely pure and will be of great use to us." At this moment, the resurrection of the two demonic shadows was already an ironclad fact. Originally, they were strong enough. If they were resurrected, no one could guess how strong they would be. Moreover, after they appeared, their cultivation level might not be affected. This was because they had been integrated with the burial ground for many years. When the prince heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Immediately after, he formed a seal with his hands and began to control the matrix, causing the vitality released by the people around to converge towards Zichen. Everyone looked at this scene unwillingly, hoping that Zichen's innate ability would be activated as soon as possible. At this moment, they, who were atheists, began to pray to the gods and Buddha in their hearts. It seemed that this prayer had worked, or it seemed that the prince's reaction was one step too slow. Zichen, who was about to die, suddenly ignited in flames. This flame burned from the inside of his body. It spread from the inside out, and soon filled his entire body. Before the vitality around him could reach Zichen, it was blocked by a strange energy. The prince stared at Zichen in front of him, his face full of confusion. Boom! The flames around Zichen suddenly raged. His whole body seemed to be burning. The crazily surging flames devoured Zichen. Within this flame, in addition to the rich vitality, there was also the most mysterious power of the rules. The power of the rules, that is the power of the rules. After the prince sensed the power of the rules, he could not help but cry out. "Damn it, stop him, stop him!" At the same time, a loud and angry voice came from the gate of the ancient castle. It was the two demonic figures who saw this scene and became anxious. The flames were completely raging, and the power of the rules appeared. The array under Zichen's feet made a cracking sound. One crack after another spread out from under Zichen's feet, spreading in all directions. When the crack spread to a limit, it exploded with a loud bang, and the entire array collapsed. Originally, the formation was a complete entity. Moreover, it was a perfect entity. At this moment, a corner of the formation had been shattered and a large gap had appeared. The energy that was wildly flowing out from everyone's bodies paused for a moment. At the same time, their bodies, which were unable to move, once again recovered. Perhaps this action only lasted for a short moment. In an instant, the array would be able to repair itself. But for the spiritual bodies, this short moment was enough. Boom! One of the spiritual bodies activated a supernatural power, and an energy storm appeared. His vitality and power that had just been drained quickly recovered. Boom! Boom! Two more explosions came out. The two spiritual bodies followed closely behind and activated their supernatural powers. Then, there was a series of tremors. Every existence that had a recovery spell activated it in an instant. One after another, energy storms appeared. Then, with the array as the center, it formed an even bigger energy storm. Those who did not know how to use supernatural powers also used this energy storm to restore themselves. As the energy storm emerged, it was accompanied by a loud explosion. This was caused by the power of the rules that surged around Zichen's body. The array that was already broken in a corner collapsed even more. "Ah, damn it, Zichen, I want you dead!" Seeing that the array was destroyed, the prince roared angrily and madly attacked Zichen. However, with a flash of black light, a burst of energy wrapped around the prince and pulled him back. It was one of the demons who had been trapped earlier. He pulled the prince over and said in a low voice, "Zichen is protected by the power of the rules now. He can't be killed. The most important thing now is to release these two demon sovereigns. How can we release them? Their strength has not recovered yet. They are still thousands of miles away from their peak," the prince roared. "But we still have to release them and let them come out in advance. Otherwise, everyone will die," the demon shouted. "Damn it, Zichen, it's all your fault." The prince looked at Zichen in the flames and gritted his teeth. He wanted to eat him alive. A good plan was ruined by Zichen. While he was unwilling to accept it, he had no other choice but to release the two demon sovereigns first. "Senior demon sovereigns, please come out." The prince jumped out of the array and flashed to the gate of the ancient castle. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood. At the same time, he drew a mysterious pattern in the blood with one hand. Then, he hit the pattern with his palm, and the pattern was imprinted on the gate. Boom! As the pattern fell, two tremors came from the gate. The gate, which had not moved before, was now shaking constantly. Two violent auras came from the gate, followed by two violent roars. The demonic shadows sealed on the gate had completely come to life. After the seal fell, they broke free from the gate's shackles. A giant foot walked out of the gate and landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake. Then another foot, and then a body. Two tall demonic shadows walked out of the gate and stood in front of the ancient castle. The violent aura around them had definitely surpassed the human origin stage. It was even stronger than the average Earth origin stage cultivator. Such a cultivation level was clearly not allowed in this place. Just as the crowd was guessing whether these two fellows would be destroyed by the rules of this place, they turned their heads and glanced behind them. Then, the tyrannical aura around them was quickly withdrawn. They were suppressing their cultivation level to the perfect stage of the human origin stage, which was the strongest cultivation level that this area could withstand. Their huge bodies had shrunk to a height of 100 meters. They looked down at Zichen, their blood-red eyes filled with endless murderous intent. Bang! The storm formed by the recovery magic disappeared. The whole array was destroyed by the joint efforts of the crowd. The group of spiritual body cultivators stared coldly at the two demonic shadows. The prince took the opportunity and jumped onto the shoulder of one of the demonic shadows. He stood on the shoulder of the demonic shadow and pointed at the group of spiritual body cultivators in front of him. He said coldly, "Kill them!" Chapter 1081. The two demon sovereigns were obviously afraid of the red ripples. As soon as they walked out of the castle, they immediately suppressed their realms. After being sealed for so many years, they suddenly came out. They needed to vent their pent-up emotions, so they roared at the sky. After roaring a few times, the ripples in the air continued to spread. Only then did they calm down. No matter how strong they were before, they were now only at the peak of the human prime. They were only slightly stronger than the spirits. Facing more than 10 spirits, the prince shouldn't be so confident. Besides, apart from the invincible spirits, there was also Zichen, who was known as the strongest human. Kill them all! The prince's cold voice rang out. At this moment, the two demon sovereigns moved. They stepped forward and stomped their feet. The sky suddenly darkened. 2 feet, which were much bigger than millstones, stomped toward the spirits and Zichen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Light flashed. Facing this attack, the spirits all turned into streams of light and dodged. As the feet landed, 2 huge craters appeared on the ground. Energy raged in the craters, and smoke and dust swept up. Failing to hit, the demon sovereigns stepped forward and raised their palms. A pitch-black palm print was aimed at the spirits, while the other palm print was aimed at Zichen. "He's only at the human prime. Let's kill him!" The spirits were all geniuses. They were tricked before, and now they were suppressed. Naturally, they were unhappy. With a shout, they turned back and rushed toward the demon sovereigns. The spirits all launched powerful attacks. All kinds of brilliant light soared into the sky and rushed toward the pitch-black palm print. With a rumbling explosion, the heavens and earth shook as the two energies collided in the sky. They were locked in a stalemate and wreaked havoc. In the end, the pitch-black palm print could not withstand too much energy and directly exploded. However, its destructive power also shattered the powerful attacks of the spirit body and the others. The combined attack of the spirits was only equal to 1 palm print. It was obvious how strong this demon sovereign was. Then, the spirits all stepped forward and launched their most powerful attacks at one of the demon sovereigns. These attacks were brilliant, dazzling, powerful, and terrifying. They all attacked the demon sovereign. In an instant, the demon venerable was attacked by more than 10 powerful attacks. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sound of metal clanging resounded. The demon venerable's body was almost comparable to a soul weapon. When the attacks landed on it, they couldn't break through its defense at all. What? This scene caused the expressions of the spirit bodies to change drastically. Kill them all! Following the prince's roar, a demon lord launched an attack at the group of spirit bodies. Boundless black light flashed between heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire region turned pitch black. It was as if they had suddenly entered a space of absolute darkness. In this dark space, the spiritual senses of the spirit bodies were completely useless. They could only use their eyes to see in a direction 5 meters away. Their bodies shone with resplendent light, but this light could only illuminate a distance of 5 meters. This was the demon swallowing the world divine ability that every demon knew. However, when it was used by the demon lord, its power was probably hundreds or thousands of times stronger than those of the same level. It could even suppress the invincible spirit body. Immediately after, the black light began to flash, and wave after wave of powerful energy surged within it. Following that, the entire world resounded with a loud bang. The boundless black light only appeared for a short 3 seconds. After that, the demonic aura in the world dissipated. However, there were no more than 5 spirit bodies standing. The rest fell to the ground, clutching their chests and coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. On this side, a demon venerable suppressed a group of spirit bodies. On the other side, with Zichen as the leader, the perfect body and demon ape as support, the 7 of them took the initiative to attack. The Demon Venerable's previous palm strike was blasted apart by Zichen. Following that, the group approached the Demon Venerable. The perfect body's body shimmered with resplendent golden light as he arrived at the Demon Venerable's side like a bolt of lightning. Following that, boundless golden light flashed as he began to use melee techniques. His attacks were extremely perfect, and his speed was even faster than Zichen's. On Zichen's hands, lightning gloves appeared. Then, he flashed to the other side of the Demon Venerable and circulated his perfect essence energy. In addition to his perfect strength, he began to use a series of melee techniques. Although his techniques weren't as gorgeous as the perfect bodies, their might was much stronger than the perfect bodies. The demon ape held the black rod and smashed it down at the Demon Venerable's head. All sorts of runes lit up on the black rod. The already powerful attack was several times stronger. In the void behind the Demon Venerable, Zhang Haotian's figure appeared. The patterns on the stone sword in his hand also lit up. Under monstrous killing intent, he stabbed at the back of the other party's head. Amidst the dragon and tiger roars, 100-meter-tall dragon-tiger phantom appeared behind Longhu. As Longhu moved, the huge phantom brandished its dragon claws and struck at the Demon Venerable in front of it. Everyone struck out with powerful attacks. In an instant, all sorts of forces exploded, producing a huge quake. Zhang Haotian's strike didn't pierce the back of the Demon Venerable's head. It only shattered a few black scales. At the same time, he was sent retreating by the powerful force. As he retreated, his body slammed into the ground. As this area was still a no-fly zone, they couldn't fly for long periods of time. They could only leave the ground for a short period of time. The perfect body also retreated in an instant. At the spot where he attacked, several scales were shattered. Before Zichen retreated, he struck out again with a powerful strike, shattering a scale of the Demon Venerable. At the same time, there were traces of red blood where the scales shattered. Longhu's final strike sent the Demon Venerable back 7 to 8 steps. He staggered and almost fell. They were both attacking the Demon Venerable, but the effects were different. It was obvious at a glance which one was stronger. The Demon Venerable was pushed back and became extremely irritable. The next moment, he activated Demon Swallowing the World. He also learned from his companions, and used the same method to suppress the humans in front of him. However, under the cover of the demonic aura, Zichen, who felt the oppressive aura, immediately activated his yin-yang eye. At the same time, the demon ape also activated its delusion breaker eye. Amid the monstrous demonic aura, there was a booming sound. It seemed to be the same situation as before. 3 breaths. It was still 3 breaths. All sorts of attacks ended one after another, and the demonic aura dissipated. However, the one who fell to the ground wasn't Zichen and company, but the Demon Venerable. The 100-meter-tall Demon Venerable had already shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. His body was covered in blood, and his dense scales were damaged in many places. He stood up from the ground and coldly stared at Zichen's group. The killing intent around him grew thicker and thicker. His appearance could be considered handsome. Not only did the demon horns on his head not affect his beauty, they even added a bit of strangeness to his appearance. Very good, very good. None of you will live today, the shrunken Demon Venerable said coldly. With that said, a black light flashed and the Demon Venerable's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving behind an afterimage. Be careful! Zichen and the demon ape shouted at the same time. The two of them had yet to withdraw their eye techniques. They could tell that the Demon Venerable had only left behind an afterimage while his true body had already launched an attack. Pun! Before the two of them could finish their words, a tremor came from the side. Longhu had suffered a powerful blow, and was sent flying. As he flew backward, golden blood splattered in the air. However, the moment the blood appeared, it was devoured by the Demon Venerable. Back off! All of you back off! The shrunken Demon Venerable was too fast. He suppressed everyone, and no one could react in time. Zichen shouted for them to back off. At the same time, lightning wings appeared on his back. He displayed the fastest speed in the world and chased after the Demon Venerable. Just as the demon Venerable arrived in front of LV Peng, Zichen caught up with him. The two of them began to exchange blows. With their extreme speed, Zichen's body began to flash with gold and silver light. This was the light released when two types of origin energy were used at the same time. The gold and silver light appeared at the same time. Zichen's body also stuck close to the demon Venerable. The two of them launched powerful attacks. The two of them turned into light and shadows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Banging sounds were constantly heard, and energy ripples of various colors shook in all directions. LV Ping and the others also took the opportunity to back off. The devil ape, whose speed was not slower than Zichen, held the black rod and was on guard in case the demon Venerable suddenly attacked. In front, Zichen was evenly matched with the demon Venerable. On the other side, the demon Venerable had also shrunk. Then, it used its extreme speed and powerful attacks to surround a group of spirits and beat them up. During this period, an existence comparable to a spirit had already been beaten to death and was devoured by the demon Venerable. "Ape Dragon, come here!" Devil Ape shouted when he saw the group of people in imminent danger. Ape Dragon was Zichen's friend. After he heard it, he decisively flew over. At the same time, he brought the Dragonman with him. As for the other spirits, they either took the opportunity to back off or formed some kind of defense to fight the demon Venerable. How could this be? The prince was very satisfied with the battle on the other side. In the same level, it was easy for the demon Venerable to beat up a spirit. However, on the other side, Zichen's combat strength was actually on par with the demon Venerable. This was unbelievable. Similarly, the seventh princess, who had retreated far away under the protection of the middle-aged demon, also had a look of disbelief. Although the demon Venerable suppressed his level, he was still a demon Venerable. Even in the demon world, this kind of existence was a legend. Not to mention the attack power, just the physical body alone was not something that a mortal origin realm cultivator could break. Boom! With a loud bang, the two figures were separated. The thunder wings on Zichen's back kept vibrating, neutralizing the strong impact. The demon Venerable's feet also stepped into the ground. His body kept sliding backward, leaving two trenches on the ground. At this moment, both of them were wounded in many places. The scales on the demon Venerable's body were broken in many places. After he steadied himself, he wiped the blood on his forehead and sneered. "No wonder your strength is so pure. It turns out that you have the strongest physique of the human race. This kind of physique was rare many years ago. I didn't expect you to have the purest physique of the strongest physique. If I devour you and turn your pure energy into my own, I'm afraid I can recover some of my strength." Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said loudly, "Cut the crap. Let's do it again." Zichen's eyes flashed with excitement. This was the expression of someone who had just met a hunter. He was now in the late stage of the mortal origin realm. Any ordinary spiritual body in front of him would only have the fate of being destroyed. Among those at the same level as him, there were very few who could match him. Today, he was able to meet someone in the same level as him who made him feel extremely dangerous. It was indeed a blessing. Moreover, only in this kind of life-and-death battle could the potential in his body be stimulated, and he could improve his level quickly. Swoosh! Chapter 1082. Boom! There was a violent tremor, and terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions, causing the space to show signs of breaking. Under the cover of the red light ripples, the space was much more stable than before. Even a spiritual body could not break it. The battle between Zichen and the Demon Lord was definitely a clash of the strongest. The destructive power that erupted was so strong that the space could not withstand it, and showed signs of breaking. Dong! The world was shaking, and terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc. The two of them were like two shadows, constantly chasing and attacking each other. During their attacks, there was also some kind of roar. The Demon Lord landed a punch on Zichen's shoulder, and the powerful force almost shattered Zichen's bones and shattered his organs. Zichen gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the urge to vomit blood. He crossed his fists and returned 2 punches. Both of them staggered in the air, and then blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. They retreated and suppressed their churning organs. The Demon Lord suppressed his realm to fight with Zichen. In his heart, he was still the high and mighty Demon Lord. Even if he was not as strong as before, even if he had not recovered, he was still the Demon Lord. He should be able to take care of a human in the origin realm, even if this human was known to have the strongest physique among humans. In the current battle, he did not lose much, but he did not gain much either. The two of them were evenly matched, and the Demon Lord was not satisfied with the result. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger. Looking at Zichen again, although he was injured, the expression on his face was extremely excited. He even had a smile on his face during the battle. Isn't your realm very high? Even if you suppress your realm, your strength should be very strong. Why are you so weak? Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to the Demon Lord in front of him in dissatisfaction. To the Demon Lord, this was sarcasm and mockery, and it was the most blatant kind. He naturally could not accept it, so he roared. Again! The Demon Lord charged at Zichen, and Zichen charged at the Demon Lord. Light flashed in the sky, and the sound of explosions was heard again. This time, it was a true clash of the strong. The two of them no longer defended, and no longer relied on their extreme speed to attack. Everything became the purest and most primitive clash of strength. The Demon Lord's powerful punch landed on Zichen's chest, and the boundless black light began to vibrate. Zichen's body trembled, and he could no longer suppress his trembling organs. He immediately vomited blood. At the same time, the terrifying power of this punch also rushed into his body, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Zichen was severely injured by this attack. Everyone who was watching from a distance was on edge. However, Zichen's fist landed on the Demon Sovereign's shoulder. The powerful force shattered the Demon Sovereign's shoulder, and almost broke off half of his shoulder. Without any hesitation, the two of them were competing in combat strength and defense. Both of them were very confident. For example, the Demon Lord was confident that he could cripple Zichen in one blow, so he did not dodge Zichen's attack. Similarly, Zichen was also confident that he could kill the Demon Lord with one punch. At the same time, he was even more confident that he could withstand this attack. Both of them were full of confidence, the kind that was bursting with confidence. However, the result was that both of them were overconfident. This kind of fighting style could only result in both sides suffering. In the distance, the people who did not participate in the battle were extremely shocked. They were shocked by this kind of battle, and at the same time, by Zichen's combat strength. He was able to fight a Demon Lord to a draw with his own strength. Looking at Zichen's side, and then looking at the distance, many spiritual bodies were besieging a Demon Lord, but they were all beaten to a pulp. The difference between them was not ordinary. He is actually on par with the Demon Lord. Is he still human? The prince hid to the side, his face filled with shock. But within the shock, there was also a deep sense of awe and fear. After witnessing Zichen's terrifying battle prowess with his own eyes, he no longer dared to boast that he had challenged Zichen alone. Your Highness, the situation is not good for us now. Next to the prince, the Demon Lord from before spoke. This Demon Lord was very mysterious. He should also be in the Earth origin realm. 2 Demon Lords. One is being suppressed, and the other is unable to take down his opponent. Once Zichen and the Demon Lord are both injured, the sky-splitting battle ape and the others will go berserk and kill one of the Demon Lords. If the Demon Lord dies, Your Highness's life will be in danger. When Zichen was suppressing the Demon Lord, the prince had already thought of this problem. During this time, he also transmitted his worries to the 2 Demon Lords. However, the Demon Lord seemed to be very confident and told the prince not to worry. None of these people would survive. At this moment, the prince's attention was focused on the Demon Lord who was fighting with Zichen. He thought to himself, Could it be that the Demon Lord still has some tricks up his sleeve? Yes, he must have. Otherwise, he would not be so confident to fight Zichen head-on and fight to the death. In a head-on battle, the Demon Ape and the others could not help. They could only wait for Zichen to beat the Demon Lord half to death. Then, they would swarm in and kill him. Under the head-on collision, the injuries of the two became more and more serious. More and more blood fell from the sky. They are about to reach their limits. Everyone get ready. The Demon Ape and the others were ready for the final attack. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion sounded. The two collided again. This time, the Demon Lord finally pierced through Zichen's chest, shattering Zichen's heart. At the same time, Zichen finally shattered half of the Demon Lord's shoulder and arm. Golden and red blood splattered in the sky like a torrential downpour, dyeing the earth red. Both of their complexions were deathly pale, but their gazes were extremely resolute. They simply wanted to kill each other. After neutralizing the impact, the two of them stopped and rushed at each other again. Zichen's chest was shattered, but he still had two hands that could be used. He still had some advantage in attacks. However, the Demon Lord only had one hand left. He could only make one attack, but that attack was relatively terrifying. Pfft. The two of them passed each other. The Demon Lord's chest was completely penetrated by Zichen. The powerful force shattered the Demon Lord's internal organs. The Demon Lord coughed up blood. There were pieces of his internal organs in the blood. This attack caused unimaginable damage to the Demon Lord. However, Zichen did not have it easy either. He also suffered a powerful impact in an instant. There were not many bones in his body that were intact. Most of them were in a broken state. It was a miracle that he could still stand. His internal organs were shattered in the first attack. At this moment, the fragments mixed with blood flowed out of the hole in his chest. The scene was extremely shocking. It was unbearable to watch. After several such desperate attacks, the two of them finally reached the limit of their lives. The outcome of the battle could be decided at any time. Human, even if you have the strongest body, you will die today. Half of the Demon Lord's body was spurting blood. However, there was a smug grin on his face. He was very calm. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Zichen replied coldly. He ignored his injuries and mobilized the power in his body with difficulty, preparing for the last fight. Your battle strength surprises me. However, you no longer have a chance. I will send you on your way. Amidst the Demon Lord's sinister laughter, he rushed towards Zichen. In the process of rushing forward, his body suddenly burned with flames. These flames were pure black. They looked like demonic chi, but they were not demonic chi. They were demonic flames. The demonic flames burned fiercely, releasing an extremely powerful and terrifying tyrannical aura. There was also a will in this aura. It was a will that could burn and destroy everything. That's demonic flames. The demonic flames. Heavens, the legendary demonic flames. I never thought that I would actually see the demonic flames. Seeing the demonic flames on the Demon Lord's body, the few demons were all shocked. The demonic flames were also called demonic flames. The name was simple, but its origin was extraordinary. Its effect was even more extraordinary. In the demon race, this demonic flame was an existence that only existed in legends. Of course, the demon race also had its own legends. According to the legends, the demonic flames had dual effects. It could be used for both oneself and the enemy. For oneself, the demonic flames were filled with an unimaginable vitality. It had an absolute healing effect on all kinds of injuries. It was like eating the most miraculous life fruit, treasure pellet, or divine pellet in the world. As long as one still had breath, they would be able to survive the demonic flames. Against the enemy, the vitality in the demonic flames would turn into an extremely terrifying destructive force. This destructive force could destroy everything in the world. When used by the Demon Lord of the human origin realm, even a soul weapon would be melted. No matter how terrifying Zichen's body was, it could not be tougher than a soul weapon. Therefore, with the appearance of the demonic flames, Zichen's life was already determined. In the eyes of the demon lord, Zichen was already a dead man. In the eyes of the other demons, Zichen would be completely destroyed. His death was already determined. Seeing the demonic flames and sensing the terrifying destructive force within, Zichen's expression did not change. However, the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. He was already rushing forward, but he did not stop at all. At this moment, there was no time for him to stop. He quickly rushed to the front of the demon lord and swung his fist at the demon lord. However, before his fist could hit the demon lord grinned and stretched out a flame from his finger. This flame was like a black fire snake. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zichen and ignited Zichen. The flame fell on Zichen's fist. The thunder boxing glove was instantly set ablaze. Under the naked eye, the runes on the glove began to shine. The sturdy glove actually showed signs of melting. At the same time, the demonic flames passed through the glove and fell on Zichen's hands. Zichen's perfect body was almost instantly ignited when it came in contact with the demonic flames. Then, it dissipated in the midst of the flames. In the blink of an eye, Zichen's finger disappeared. Then, the demonic flames burned toward Zichen. Soon, the demonic flames completely engulfed Zichen. The black demonic flames had ignited Zichen. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Chapter 1083. The appearance of the demonic flames was a sudden change, and it happened so quickly that it was almost unimaginable. Before anyone could react, Zichen's body was already burning with demonic flames. Good! The raging demonic flames engulfed Zichen. Among those of the same level, this demonic flame was the most terrifying thing in the world. Seeing this scene, the prince couldn't help but jump up and shout loudly. Previously, when Zichen showed his might, his combat strength not weaker than the demon sovereigns, had really frightened him, so much so that he didn't have the slightest bit of will to fight. Now, seeing that Zichen was about to die, his expression became extremely excited, and his whole body trembled with excitement. No! Zichen! Compared to the prince, the demon ape and the others had fallen into madness. With a roar, they rushed towards the burning Zichen, disregarding their own lives. At this moment, Zichen's friends and brothers didn't hesitate at all. Going up like this will only lead to death. If we lose them, the Wuji sect will be destroyed before it can rise. In the distance, the middle-aged demon standing beside the seventh princess saw this scene and said indifferently. The seventh princess also watched all of this quietly, her expression unchanged. Come, whoever comes will die. Today, none of you will live. Within the demonic flames, the demon sovereign's injuries were rapidly recovering. The half of his shoulder that Zichen had broken was also regenerating. Seeing the demon ape and the others madly rushing over, not only was there no fear on his face, but there was also a sinister smile. This sinister smile was extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. At the same time, one of his hands made a flicking motion. As long as the demon ape and the others came within range of his attack, he would let them taste the pain of being burned by the demonic flames. He also believed that the demonic flames would burn them to nothing. Don't come over. Quickly retreat. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded in the demon ape and the others' minds. The voice transmission naturally came from Zichen. The demonic flames burned him but did not kill him. In fact, it did not even cause Zichen's expression to change. His voice was extremely calm and at the same time, there was a certain confidence in it. This confidence spread to the devil ape and the others. They all stopped and looked at Zichen in the demonic flames. Zichen was completely engulfed by the demonic flames. He should have been dead, but his body didn't burn and dissipate. He did not die, but the flames around him did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. The flames that were already burning fiercely roared in the next moment, and the flames burned even more fiercely. Boom! Finally, the flame reached its limit. It went completely berserk and exploded. After the explosion, a red and golden flame ignited within Zichen's body. This flame also contained the power of the natural order. As soon as the flames with the natural order appeared, the demonic flames that burned everything slowly extinguished as though they had encountered their nemesis. The black demonic flames on the surface of his body extinguished, but the flames on Zichen's body didn't extinguish. Instead, they turned golden and burned even more intensely. And in the intense golden flames, apart from the power of the natural order, there was also an extremely rich life aura. Alright, this was actually the flames of life. Zichen's perfect body ignited them from the inside out, driving the power of the natural order. It was the same flames of life as when he cracked the array. This is the flames of life. Why can you mobilize the flames of life twice? Upon seeing Zichen burn the flames of life again and dispel the demonic flames, the smug expression on Demon Supremacy's face instantly froze. He looked at Zichen as though he had seen a ghost. Is it very strange? You have clearly seen this flames of life just now. Zichen's indifferent voice sounded from the flames of life. At this moment, Zichen and the Demon Supremacy were facing each other. Both of them had turned into flaming figures. One was a golden flame, while the other was a demonic flame. When this scene landed in the eyes of the Demon Supremacy in the distance, his expression immediately changed. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. You attracted the flames of life twice in a day. Could it be that you have already cultivated an immortal body? That's impossible. How can a mere human prime have an immortal body? The Demon Supremacy's face was filled with shock. This kind of shock was only revealed after seeing something that defied convention and logic. I don't know what an immortal body is, but I know that you will definitely die next. Zichen's cold voice came from the flames of life. Then, Zichen clenched his fists and charged at the Demon Supremacy like a ball of flames. He arrived in front of the Demon Supremacy like lightning and punched out. This time, the dominant force was no longer Zichen's power, but the golden flame's power. This fist first collided with the demonic flame, causing a shockwave. Then, the power of laws and the flames of life swept towards the demonic flame. Just like before, the demonic flame seemed to have met its nemesis. The moment it came into contact with the golden flame, it was instantly extinguished, revealing a fist-sized hole. The flames of life passed through this hole and landed on the Demon Supremacy. In the next moment, the Demon Supremacy's body burned with the flames of life. Known as the flames of life, it could instantly heal Zichen's injuries. But to the Demon Supremacy, this flame contained endless destructive power. The flames of life and the demonic flame were two types of flames that were on the same level. The collision at this moment could be considered a confrontation between the demonic flame and the flames of life. Looking at the scene before him, the one who had the upper hand in this confrontation was naturally Zichen. But this didn't mean that the flames of life's grade and power were higher than the flames of life. Originally, the two flames weren't on the same level, but now there was such a clear difference. Aside from personal factors, the main reason was that Zichen had the home field advantage. The flames of life could communicate with the laws of the martial heaven continent. This was the home field advantage. On the other hand, the demonic flame could only communicate with the laws of the devil race. The flames of life began to corrode the Demon Supremacy. The demonic flame on the Demon Supremacy's body was also extinguished. An extremely mournful scream rang out of the Demon Supremacy's mouth. The blood-curdling screams attracted everyone's attention, stunned everyone, and shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone's thoughts had already become somewhat chaotic. There are actually signs of an undead body. Damn it! The other Demon Supremacy was clearly still conscious. Even the demonic flame couldn't do anything to Zichen. At this moment, no one could even think of killing Zichen. So his thoughts quickly turned, and he instantly decided whether to leave or stay. Let's go. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated to the entrance of the ancient castle. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept the prince into the castle. At the same time, the screaming Demon Supremacy turned into a human-shaped flame, and quickly fled to the entrance of the ancient castle. His figure flashed, and he entered the ancient castle. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had fled. In front of the ancient castle, the remaining demon's supremacy also entered after avoiding the demonic flame's supremacy. In less than a breath's time, the four of them rushed into the ancient castle. Once again, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Zichen watched the demon's supremacy leave. He didn't chase after them because the flames of life weren't endless. Just as his injuries were rapidly recovering, the flames of life were gradually extinguishing. In the distance, when the others saw the ancient castle's entrance wide open, only then did they remember their purpose of coming here. They were here to explore the Saint Burial Ground. The ancient castle's entrance is open. Let's go in quickly. The ancient castle is so big. We might not be able to meet the demon's supremacy. Let's go quickly. Who knows, we might have a fortuitous encounter. Go, let's enter the ancient castle. After the demon's supremacy was born, he no longer had the chance to use the blood-red light to devour others. So, the army of cultivators that had fled far away turned back and saw this extremely shocking life and death battle. However, just as the four demon supremacies fled one after another, the army of cultivators reacted as quickly as they could and rushed forward as fast as they could. The opportunity was right in front of them. Although they had sensed some kind of danger, no one was willing to give up. So, they took the opportunity to rush in. The flames of life on Zichen's body gradually dissipated. His injuries were healed again, and he was back to his peak condition. Su Mengyao and the others were right next to him. At this moment, they immediately surrounded him. As soon as the flames were extinguished, Zichen's spiritual thoughts spread out and issued an order to everyone in the area. Those of the Wuji sect, without my order, no one is allowed to enter. When the strange beasts and the human army heard this, although they were extremely unwilling, they weren't willing to disobey Zichen's order. All of you, go back quickly. There's no need to guard this place anymore. Zichen, who was still worried, ordered everyone to retreat. Zichen, is the demon's supremacy dead? Seeing that Zichen was fine, everyone wanted to know whether the demon's supremacy was dead or alive. The demon's supremacy was too strong, so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. Zichen thought seriously and shook his head. The flames of life didn't burn for long. The demon's supremacy is likely to be alive. After everyone enters, you must be careful. The devil ape and the others nodded. Zichen, the demon race army has already entered. We should go in too. The ape dragon walked over. Zichen nodded and said, Be careful. Take care. The ape dragon and the dragon man nodded and left. After the ape dragon left, Ming Xian also came to thank him. Then, he left with a group of Buddhist disciples. Buddhist energy had a strong restraining effect on demonic energy. However, when the difference in cultivation level was too great, Buddhist energy would also be restrained by demonic energy. In the battle with the demon's supremacy, Ming Xian was seriously injured. It was a miracle that he didn't die. I didn't expect to be schemed against by the demon race. Fortunately, Zichen, you successfully activated the power of rules. Otherwise, everyone would have died here today, LV Ping said with some fear. Humph, it's all because of that idiot princess. She almost got us killed. The devil ape snorted. Idiot princess, she's not an idiot at all. On the contrary, she's very smart, Su Mengyao said angrily. Why? Wasn't she also tricked? She almost died just now. Everyone looked at Su Mengyao in confusion. Su Mengyao snorted and said, She didn't die. Moreover, until the last moment, who can be sure that she will die? Recalling the scene before, Zichen frowned. He also felt that this matter was a bit strange. However, it was just a guess and there was no way to prove it. Whether she did it intentionally or not, this matter is over. If you see her, remember to ask for compensation. The others nodded. Only Su Mengyao was a little dissatisfied. She seemed to feel that Zichen was protecting the seventh princess. Chapter 1084. Stepping into the ancient castle, The brilliance flickered as if they had entered another world. This was the feeling they had when they stepped on the teleportation formation. It gave them a fleeting feeling. When the group felt that they were on solid ground, they found that they had already arrived in another world. This was a strange world. There were no passages, no weathered corpses, no buildings, and no teleportation altars. The scene in front of them was very different from what Sichin had seen many years ago. It could even be said that it was not the same at all. In front of them was a vast space that stretched as far as the eye could see. Inside this space was a desert. Occasionally, gusts of wind would blow, blowing sand and stones. Originally, many human armies had already entered, but this space was very quiet. No sound was made. This did not mean that everyone had left this space. On the contrary, everyone was still in front of them. It was just that they did not speak. The main reason why they were so quiet was because there was also a black mass of quiet existence several miles away. The two sides were like friends who had worked together for many years and had a tacit understanding. They did not say a word. Even their footsteps were soft, trying to not make any noise. Those are ancient beasts. Seemingly infected by the quiet atmosphere, Zichin and the others did not want to disturb this quiet atmosphere. LV Pingyu's voice transmission. Ancient beasts, a pack of ancient beasts. They are orderly and well-trained. Zhang Haoyan stared at the orderly pack of wolves in the distance, and transmitted his voice. In front of them was a pack of wolves. The wolves emitted blue light, and had a single horn on their foreheads. Each of them was extraordinarily mighty. These were the most standard ancient beasts. Zichun and the others were very familiar with them. These ancient beasts called sky-devouring wolves had once shocked him greatly. Back in the ancient battlefield, these sky-devouring wolves were very unique existences. There were very few of them. However, in front of them, these sky-devouring wolves, which were a full realm higher than they were back then, formed a neat square formation. They stood in neat formation, their breathing was even, and even their realms were exactly the same. Zichin could not help but frown. This trip to the holy burial ground is indeed full of danger. This is only the first step and we have already encountered such existences. Suddenly Zichen's eyes lit up. He transmitted his voice. These are ancient beasts. Is it possible? Before Zichen could finish, Longhu said, It's impossible to tame them. They give me a very strange feeling. They look like ancient beasts, but they don't have their souls. No soul. That's right, they don't have souls. There are only two possibilities for this phenomenon. The first possibility is that they aren't ancient beasts, or they aren't living creatures. The second possibility is that they have already recognized a master, and their soul remembrance has already been invaded. The others straightened their faces after hearing Longhu's words. Either way, these ancient beasts were not easy to deal with. There are no traces of an illusory formation. This is a real world. Those ancient beasts are also real. The devil ape retracted its delusion breaker eye and transmitted its voice. All sorts of lights continued to flicker as the human army continued to stream in. After entering, they chose to remain silent and gathered with their own factions. Compared to the orderly sky-devouring wolves at the front, the human cultivators were in groups of 2s and 3s. They stood together in groups of 2s and 3s and 5s. They were like a bunch of undisciplined stragglers. This place shouldn't be so peaceful. Where did the demon sovereign who came in first disappear? Zhang Haotian suddenly transmitted his voice. Zichen released his perfect spiritual senses and scanned the surroundings. As expected, he didn't find any trace of the demon sovereign after scanning the surroundings. Apart from the demon sovereign, even the prince and the demon were gone. However, he found the seventh princess. She was riding on the demon scale and standing in front of the demon army. She was looking at the sky-devouring wolves at the front with a serious expression. The sky-devouring wolves at the front didn't attack, and the humans didn't counterattack or defend themselves either. The scene in front of them was like an army in the mortal world. The next battle would be a battle between armies. In a battle of this level, individual combat strength couldn't determine victory or defeat. As for the leaders of the human army, they were all favored by the heavens. Their individual battle prowess was extremely strong, but they knew nothing about leading troops into battle or commanding. The humans naturally outnumbered the sky-devouring wolves, but their aura was much weaker than the sky-devouring wolves. At this moment, the leaders of the various forces had already gathered to discuss. Zichen was naturally excluded because he didn't bring an army. However, the leaders still couldn't come up with a good strategy after discussing for a long time. Gradually, the number of flashes of light decreased. It seemed that the human army had all entered. After about 2 hours, no more humans entered. The gate of the ancient castle in the holy burial ground was closed again after 2 hours. The sky-devouring wolf army, which hadn't moved at all from the beginning, suddenly moved. They were originally in a half-squatting position, but they suddenly stood up in an orderly manner. There was a hint of murderous intent in their originally indifferent eyes. After standing up, they began to move slowly. The sky-devouring wolves took the same steps as if they were waiting for inspection. Although they hadn't charged forward, the orderly steps and the dense murderous intent had already brought a lot of pressure to the human cultivators. Breaking through the human path, climbing the stairway to heaven. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the sky. Everyone was attracted by the voice and looked up instinctively. They saw a person standing in the sky. It was a young man, so young that he looked like a teenager. The teenager stood in the sky and looked down on everyone. Everyone's expression changed immediately when they saw this handsome and elegant teenager. They were shocked. A teenager flying. In the outside world, this wasn't rare at all. Anyone could fly. However, in this world, it was much rarer because no one present could fly, including Zichen. However, this teenager who suddenly appeared could fly. He represented a great significance. Everyone wanted to guess his identity, but they were more interested in what the teenager had just said. Breaking through the human path and climbing the stairway to heaven. What did that mean? As if guessing the confusion in the hearts of the humans, the teenager explained. If you want to enter the heavenly realm, you have to cross the human path. There are 9 stages on the human path. After passing the 9 stages, you will see the stairway to heaven and enter the heavenly realm. The explanation was simple, but everyone understood. Looking at the sky-devouring wolves, it was obvious that this was the first stage of the 9 stages. Is there a reward for passing the human path? Suddenly, a curious voice sounded. Although the voice was abrupt, it was very polite. Coming here to find the treasure was the ultimate goal of everyone. Everyone was also very concerned about the reward. At this moment, they all looked at the person who asked the question and praised him secretly. The teenager also turned his head and looked down at the human origin realm cultivator. However, there was no praise on his face, only disgust. He didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at the human origin realm cultivator with one hand. The next moment, a flame appeared between the teenager's fingers and turned into a cold lightning bolt. It was like a flaming thunderbolt that struck at the human origin realm cultivator. Ha! The human origin realm cultivator's face changed. He shouted and activated his Yuan Qi to form a defense. At the same time, he took out a human-level weapon and threw it at the flaming thunderbolt. Boom! The flaming thunderbolt exploded and the human-level weapon was instantly blown to pieces. At the same time, the thunderbolt turned into flames and swallowed the human origin realm cultivator. Being swallowed by the flames, the human origin realm cultivator started to scream. However, his scream only lasted for 2 breaths of time. Then, the flames disappeared and the human origin realm cultivator turned into nothingness. There was a big pool of blood on the ground. Without saying a word, he killed the human origin realm cultivator. Such an arrogant attitude made everyone's face change. However, the teenager was obviously a bit strange. He seemed to be able to control the power of this space, so they didn't dare to blame him. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the teenager. Very few people paid attention to the human origin realm cultivator who turned into nothingness. Naturally, very few people would question the fact that the human origin realm cultivator was burned to death by the flames. After killing the human origin realm cultivator, the teenager didn't want to explain. The disgust on his face became more intense. He waved his sleeve and disappeared in a flash. When the teenager disappeared, a cold voice sounded in the sky. Kill! After the word kill was heard, the sky-swallowing wolves that were moving forwards slowly suddenly sped up. Even though they were running at full speed, the sky-swallowing wolves still didn't scatter. Instead, they were still in formation. The killing intent that was released by the sky-swallowing wolves became even more orderly. Of course, the killing intent couldn't be orderly. It could only be said that all the sky-swallowing wolves were releasing the same amount of killing intent. And in the next moment, these killing intents merged together. The effect of merging the killing intents was that although it was a group of sky-swallowing wolves rushing over, it gave people the illusion that it was a giant sky-swallowing wolf. A group becomes one. This was an extremely rare joint attack spell. Every big force had this spell, but it was only practiced by low-level cultivators. Once they reached a higher level and became stronger, no one would practice it anymore. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The most important reason was that they didn't have a perfect joint attack spell that could allow the human origin realm cultivators to form a perfect joint attack. The human origin realm sky-swallowing wolves in front of them could form a perfect joint attack. It was a joint attack spell that shocked everyone. The power of this spell was enough to allow these sky-swallowing wolves to fight above their level. There were exactly 500 sky-swallowing wolves. The power of 500 sky-swallowing wolves could even shake an Earth origin realm cultivator. No one on the scene could face this joint attack spell alone. At this moment, the 500 sky-swallowing wolves were rushing over. The troops at the front started to panic. If the 500 sky-swallowing wolves were charging straight at them, they would be able to wipe out an entire army. However, when the sky-swallowing wolves were about to reach them, they suddenly separated into small groups. These small groups of sky-swallowing wolves were still in a joint attack mode. However, because their numbers were greatly reduced, their power was much weaker than before. Even so, these small groups of sky-swallowing wolves were not to be underestimated. In just a few seconds, these sky-swallowing wolves clashed with the human army. The slightly quiet heaven and earth was suddenly filled with wolf howls. Chapter 1085. The sky-devouring wolf appeared. Its body was huge and tall. It was formed by the combination of killing intent and power. It had a physical body and a powerful physical attack. As soon as it appeared, its eyes were filled with killing intent. It stared at the target in front of it and flew in the air, following the sky-devouring wolf's team. The claws shook the air and created a sonic boom. The two human origin stage cultivators were hit one after another. Their defenses were broken in an instant, and their bodies flew out like kites with their strings cut. Their bodies exploded in midair, and blood rained down, dyeing the ground red. The claw attack seemed casual, but it killed two mortal realm cultivators. After the claw attack, the sky-devouring wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the mortal realm cultivators. The sky-devouring wolf's body kept diving down, its bloody mouth opened and closed, making the sound of opening and closing. In just a short while, there were a few more bodies on the ground. These sky-devouring wolves were very powerful. As soon as the battle started, dozens of mortal realm cultivators died. Blood flowed out, dyeing a large area red. Attack with all your strength, break the formation first. As the sky-devouring wolves were slaughtering, the leader of the human team started to give out orders. Although they didn't know how to arrange troops or strategize, they had no problem giving out orders. A group of slightly flustered cultivators began to counterattack. They either used some powerful techniques from afar or used their spiritual senses to control the human-level soldiers to retreat and attack from afar. In short, they would not or very rarely come into direct physical contact with the sky-devouring wolf. The mortal realm cultivators started to fight back, but because they didn't have powerful soul weapons, their attacking efficiency wasn't that obvious. A few spirit body cultivators jumped out and passed through the crowd with their fastest speed. They went through the lines that everyone had purposely left behind and faced the huge sky-devouring wolf. Light started to shine in the sky. Powerful Sciention techniques showed their destructive power. The invincible spirit body finally showed its power. As soon as the two sides came into contact, a few explosions sounded out. Immediately, the sky-devouring wolves that were formed were destroyed. When the sky-devouring wolves exploded, the formation was naturally broken. This was the first of the 9 stages of the human path, so it wasn't that difficult for the spirit body cultivators. A small team of heaven-devouring wolves pierced into the human army and continued to slaughter in a straight line. They were like a sharp blade, forcibly tearing apart the humans' defensive line. They slaughtered from one end to the other, and wherever they passed, large amounts of humans would fall, causing large amounts of blood to flow. In just a short while, the first team had killed their way through, entering from the east and exiting from the west. They had intended to kill their way back, entering from the west and exiting from the east. However, they suddenly saw a small team of 7 humans. This team of 7 did not encounter any attacks from the other heaven-devouring wolves. They stood there with calm expressions, looking very leisurely. Along the way, this wolf squad had killed more than 7 people, so when they saw the 7 people, they did not put a mere 7-people team in their eyes. There were no battle cries, but the increasingly cold eyes of the heaven-devouring wolves explained everything. This small team of heaven-devouring wolves formed a joint attack and charged towards Zichen's group without hesitation. Zichen's group of 7 calmly watched this small team. In addition to calmness, there was a trace of pity in everyone's eyes. There were nearly 10,000 people in the human army. They could have killed anyone, but they had to kill the most difficult and dangerous team. This wolf squad was really tired of living. However, they just happened to see Zichen's group of 7 among the 10,000 people. In the process of charging forward, they seemed to feel some kind of pressure from the calm 7 people and perceived some kind of danger. They suddenly let out low growls. The growls were for help, for people, and of course, for wolves. Just then, in another direction, another team appeared. After they heard the growls, they responded with growls and then attacked Zichen's group of 7 from 2 directions. 2 tall and huge heaven-devouring wolves condensed again, and with an extremely strong joint attack, they rushed towards Zichen's group of 7 without hesitation. Among the 7 people, Zichen stood in the middle. Facing these 2 heaven-devouring wolves, there was no need for him to do anything. Su Mingyao was a woman, so naturally, she would not be the first to attack. Although the spirit-devouring rats were strong, they were not the strongest among them. They were even the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th strongest. Everyone had their own specialties. This kind of shouting and killing was better left to the skilled ones. For example, everyone tacitly left the treasure hunting to them. 3 of the 7 people already had a reason not to attack, so 2 of the next 4 people would definitely attack. On Zichen's left, the devil ape's body swayed, but it took the initiative to move forward. The devil ape raised the black stick in its hand high. The runes on the black stick glowed, and an extremely fierce and powerful aura spread out. The devil ape held the black stick tightly and smashed it towards the head of the huge heaven-devouring wolf. This smash was full of strength and carried the momentum of thousands of people. On Zichen's right, a cold light flashed in Longhu's eyes. He moved out in a flash. There was a reason why he took the initiative to attack. The reason was because he was angry. He was Longhu's sovereign, the leader of the true-blood ancient beasts. These heaven-devouring wolves in front of him were obviously not even close to the level of true-blood ancient beasts, but they dared to attack him, a supreme beast. In order to show his strength and to protect his dignity, Longhu's body suddenly enlarged when he rushed out, until he was the size of the huge heaven-devouring wolf. Then, he charged straight at the sky-devouring wolf, like a cannonball that had just been shot out. One on the left and one on the right, the devil ape and Longhu attacked almost at the same time. Naturally, their attacks landed at the same time. The black stick, which carried the momentum of thousands of people, shook the space and smashed on the horn on the heaven-devouring wolf's head. The pitch-black demonic energy and the blue energy collided, and there was a trembling sound mixed with the rumbling of thunder. The two types of energy collided, reached a stalemate, and shook. In the end, the energy carried by the black stick gained the upper hand and shattered the blue light. Just as the blue light was shattered, the black stick's remaining power landed on the heaven-devouring wolf, and directly shattered the illusory figure. The devil ape's stick broke the combined attack formation, and the expressions of the group of small heaven-devouring wolves immediately changed. There was shock and a trace of horror. At this moment, another tremor that was even louder than the previous one rang out from the other side. This tremor was extremely loud, and it was the result of the collision between Longhu and the heaven-devouring wolf. Under this tremor, Longhu's body swayed slightly, but he did not retreat. On the other hand, the heaven-devouring wolf's body trembled in the air, and then it began to retreat with the group below. After retreating around 10 steps, the heaven-devouring wolf in the air exploded with a loud bang. The devil ape had broken the combined attack formation with a smash, and Longhu had also broken the combined attack formation with a crash. Such ferocious fighting strength attracted many gazes, and many people were shocked. Soon after, sword light flickered, and killing intent swept out. After breaking the combined attack formation, Zhang Haotian charged towards a group of small wolves with the stone sword in hand, and began a mad slaughter. Amidst the flickering sword light, severed limbs flew, and heaven-devouring wolves were killed one after another. They did not even have the chance to scream before they died. At the same time, only LV Ping remained amongst the four of them. He raised his hand and threw out a row of formation flags, summoning bolt after bolt of lightning. It was like Zichen had used the thunderfall technique, and it struck towards the other group of small wolves. Under the dumbfounded and extremely shocked gazes of many, the sword light vanished, and the bombardment of formation flags came to an end. On the other hand, the two small wolf groups had been completely annihilated, and not a single one was left alive. Less than 10 breaths of time had passed since the beginning of the wolf group's attack until the end. In these short 10 breaths, Zichen's group of 4 had annihilated 2 small groups. What was even more terrifying was that the 2 small groups had only launched a single attack. It was very obvious that they were once again shocked by the strength of Zichen's group. The wolf group had all died, and severed limbs were scattered all over the ground. Looking at the incomplete corpses on the ground, everyone was surprised to find that not a single drop of blood flowed out of them. There was no soul remembrance, no flesh, and only a body. However, they had extremely powerful combat strength. These heaven-devouring wolves are very strange. They seem to be man-made, Longhu said after staring at the corpses for a while. This is the burial ground of saints. Since it's called a mysterious place, it's normal for it to be a little strange. Zichen could not understand it either, so he decided not to think about it. After all, this world was not a world that could be deduced using common sense. The battle was still going on, and the number of deaths was increasing. Seeing more and more humans fall, Zichen rejoiced that he had the foresight not to bring an army. The 7 of them did not need to care about these heaven-devouring wolves at all, and they could continue forward. The powerful combat strength that they had displayed previously was vivid in the minds of both the humans and the heaven-devouring wolves. Seeing that the group had started to move forward, none of the heaven-devouring wolves dared to stop them along the way. Breaking through the mortal road and climbing the stairway to heaven was a test. Although no one knew what rewards there would be, they could guess and imagine that there might be rewards for breaking through the mortal road and climbing the stairway to heaven. Although they dared not say that it was natural to receive rewards for breaking through the mortal road, it was at least common sense. If there was really a reward, it was obvious that the first person to break through the mortal road and climb the stairway to heaven had the highest chance of receiving the reward. Naturally, it would be the best. Therefore, after seeing Zichen's group rushing forward, the other spirit bodies' expressions became unnatural and hesitant. When Zichen's group successfully passed through the heaven-devouring wolves and were about to disappear, the spirit bodies finally made up their minds. They abandoned the main group and forcibly passed through the group with a few capable subordinates. Due to the previous intimidation, Zichen's group did not encounter any more heaven-devouring wolves along the way. They continued forward for several miles, passing through the battlefield and arriving at the original location of the heaven-devouring wolves. At the end of their line of sight, they saw a flaming spear stabbed into the ground. A powerful and oppressive aura flowed from the spear. This spear is a spirit weapon. Could it be the reward for breaking through here? Seeing the spear in front of them, everyone was surprised. Getting a reward just by passing through the heaven-devouring wolves is too easy. As expected of a mysterious place, getting a spirit weapon so easily. LV Peng, who had not sensed any danger, chuckled. Chapter 1086. The flaming spear stood silently on the ground as LV Peng quickly rushed forward, hoping to take the first reward. Be careful! A warning came from behind. At the same time, LV Peng felt a dangerous aura coming from the side, heading straight for his heart. Beside LV Peng, the void silently tore open as a fiery red shadow stabbed at LV Peng's chest. Sensing the danger, LV Peng's expression changed drastically. His body suddenly twisted in midair and dodged to the side. Pfft! With a soft sound, blood splattered as a bloody hole appeared in LV Peng's body. However, he dodged at the critical moment, dodging the fatal strike. Blood gushed out, immediately dyeing the ground red. LV Peng covered his wound and retreated a few meters. In front of him, the flaming spear dissipated like an illusion. The void began to distort as a burly man more than 2 meters tall appeared. He was wearing blue armor and holding a flaming spear in his hand. Blood dripped from the tip of the spear. Upon seeing LV Peng being attacked, Zichen flapped his lightning wings and rushed towards LV Peng at extreme speed. However, no matter how fast his footwork was, it was impossible for him to outrun a weapon attack at close range. By the time he arrived beside LV Peng was already injured. There was a bloody hole in his body. Thankfully, LV Peng had appeared in time. The power in the spear didn't erupt, causing him to be seriously injured. The bloody hole wasn't big, nor did it completely penetrate his body. It looked like a superficial wound that wasn't fatal. With LV Peng's physique, such an injury could stop bleeding in 3 to 5 seconds. Furthermore, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. This was because LV Peng also cultivated a perfect body. However, it wasn't as perfect as Zichen's. However, the inconspicuous bloody hole didn't immediately stop bleeding. Blood kept flowing out of the wound and even seemed to be spewing out. LV Peng's face turned pale from the excessive blood loss as his expression turned dispirited. What's going on? Your wound can't stop, Zichen asked when he saw LV Peng's expression. LV Peng held his wound as blood gushed out and dripped down his clothes to the ground. His expression turned increasingly ugly as he shook his head and said, It seems like a mysterious force is preventing the wound from healing. Furthermore, there's a large amount of vitality in the blood that flows out. In just a few short breaths, LV Peng's expression became even more unsightly. Zichen's life force was still leaking out of his blood, and his injuries were not healing. Killing intent immediately appeared in Zichen's eyes, and he turned around to stare at the brawny man. The brawny man was 5 meters away, and the space around him was twisting as if he was standing in another space. He looked at Zichen, then at LV Peng, and said, You actually dodged my attack. How interesting! Zichen forcibly interrupted the other party's lamentation. He coldly stared at the burly man and angrily said, You're the one behind this, aren't you? The burly man sneered. Playing tricks? What tricks? Zichen suppressed his urge to kill and said coldly, I'll give you one chance to heal his injuries, or die. Zichen had already used his spiritual senses to scan LV Peng's injury, but he did not find any other force in the wound. He could not find the reason for the bleeding, so he could not do anything about LV Peng's injury. Ha ha! The burly man suddenly burst into laughter and said, If I can't heal his injuries, I'm afraid he won't survive. Zichen fiercely glared at the burly man. In order to prevent the burly man from launching a sneak attack, he did not turn around and said, Hurry up and feed LV Peng a pellet. This pellet was not the kind that Zichen swallowed while flying. Instead, It was an enhanced version specially refined by Cauldron's spirit. It could be said that this pellet was refined by Cauldron's spirit in the mortal realm. It was of the highest quality among pellets. Let alone a mere pellet, even a divine pellet would be useless. He will only bleed to death. This world needs delicious blood to irrigate it. The burly man laughed heartily. As soon as the pellet entered LV Peng's stomach, rich life energy spread throughout his body. However, it was ineffective. LV Peng's injury did not improve in the slightest. The pellet could only provide him with a small amount of life energy. It must be known that in the past, even if one was seriously injured or on the verge of death, a pellet would be able to replenish all his life energy within a few breaths of time. LV Peng's face turned even paler. The life energy that he had just replenished was quickly draining away. My patience is limited. Heal him, or I'll make sure you die painfully. Zichen glared at the burly man. It's useless. He will die. The burly man's gaze swept past Zichen and the others. He even swept a glance at the spirits who had stopped in the distance. With a hideous grin, he said, All of you will die too. The demonic ape could not stand the arrogance of the burly man. He coldly said, Since he won't be healed, we'll beat him until he is healed. Upon finishing those words, the demonic ape charged forward with his black stick. Zichen said worriedly, Be careful. That spear is strange. Don't get hurt. Demonic aura surged around the demonic ape. Demonic armor materialized on his body. Then, he charged at the burly man with his black stick. Zichen turned around to check on LV Peng's injury. There was a small wound that was bleeding profusely. What was this? LV Peng was a Grand Master of formations. All of his strength lay in his attainments in the field of formations. If he were to die like this, it would be utterly humiliating. More importantly, Zichen had never imagined that one of his brothers would die in front of him. Moreover, it was under such circumstances that none of them cared. Let me try. Su Mengyao, who had been standing at the periphery, suddenly stepped forward. It's useless. No one can save him. In the distance, the burly man who was fighting the demonic ape spoke again. Su Mengyao leaned over and stared at LV Peng's bleeding wound. She frowned slightly. At the same time, her eyes flashed with a strange light. A moment later, she pointed a few fingers at LV Peng's wound. With every finger, a mysterious power would come out of her fingers and fall on LV Peng's wound. This was the power that Su Mengyao had cultivated. In terms of strength, it was naturally inferior to the perfect power. However, in terms of mystery, it was superior to the perfect power. The mysterious power fell on LV Peng's wound and fused into it bit by bit. Immediately after, LV Peng's bleeding wound showed signs of healing. Moreover, the blood flow slowed down significantly. Everyone stared fixedly at LV Peng's wound. When they saw this scene, their faces immediately lit up with joy. However, before they could fully express their joy, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, their faces once again became gloomy and anxious. Because the wound had just shown signs of healing, it returned to its original state. The blood flow accelerated again. Is it because the energy is too little? Zichen asked nervously. He hoped that it was because the mysterious energy was too little. If that was the case, as long as he added a little more energy, LV Peng's wound would heal and save his life. After a simple test, Su Mingyao's brows relaxed. Her slightly nervous expression also relaxed. She chuckled and said, It's not that the energy is too little. It's just that the quality is a little low. However, it doesn't matter. I have a way to heal him and save his life. Hearing this, joy appeared on everyone's faces again. However, LV Peng's life was at stake, so no one said anything. They were all extremely nervous as they watched Su Mingyao's next move. Su Mingyao's slender finger pointed again. A light lit up between her fingers and energy appeared. However, this time, the energy did not immediately shoot out. Instead, it condensed between her fingers as if it was being compressed and upgraded. Everyone was silent. They even held their breaths as they quietly watched this scene. After about 10 breaths, a drop of crystal-clear liquid energy condensed between Su Mingyao's fingers. This drop of energy left her finger and dripped onto LV Peng's wound. After one drop, Su Mingyao condensed it again. As she pointed again and again, drops of liquid energy dripped onto LV Peng's wound. In total, 7 or 8 drops of liquid energy dripped onto LV Peng's wound. At this moment, Su Mingyao's complexion turned pale. It seemed that she had consumed a lot of energy. However, under this consumption, there was an extremely obvious effect. LV Peng's wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of recovery speed was similar to when one swallowed a treasure pill in the outside world. In just a few breaths, the wound had completely stopped bleeding, formed a scar, and recovered. Such a miraculous scene stunned everyone. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Zichen was even more baffled as he asked, "Your yuan power is actually effective? It's even inferior to a treasure pill." Su Mingyao's complexion was pale, but she still smiled. She shook her head and said, "My yuan power isn't that miraculous. The reason why it can heal LV Peng's wound is because this yuan power just happens to restrain the mysterious power in his wound. Oh, perhaps you guys can't sense it. His wound can't be healed by a treasure pill because there's a mysterious power that can't be seen or sensed causing mischief." LV Peng's wound stopped bleeding and then healed. However, the vitality that had just passed away hadn't been restored. However, the treasure pill that he had swallowed and its effects had been suppressed. After the wound healed, it began to show its effects. A large amount of vitality fused into his limbs and bones, nourishing his vitality. His dispirited spirit was instantly restored to its peak. Seeing LV Peng recover, everyone let out a sigh of relief. After surviving a calamity, LV Peng was in an extremely good mood. He repeatedly expressed his thanks. At this moment, everyone noticed the distant sounds of explosions coming from the battle between the devil ape and the demon ape. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the devil ape and the burly man were in the midst of an intense battle. However, no matter how they looked at it, their attacks seemed to be separated by space. The devil ape's full strength was reduced to less than 50% by the time it passed through space. It was simply unable to injure the burly man. And looking at the burly man's expression, he was like a cat playing with a mouse. He was constantly counterattacking, and he was also worried about being injured. The devil ape was also worried about attacking. Adding on the fact that the devil ape's strength was constantly being reduced, it was actually at a disadvantage. "Demon ape, I'll do it!" shouted Zichen as he flew forward. "LV Peng has recovered." The devil ape turned its head and said. Zichen replaced the devil ape and coldly stared at the burly man. At this moment, the burly man was just like the devil ape. He turned his head to look at LV Peng. Seeing that LV Peng was in high spirits and didn't show any signs of being injured, his face immediately lit up with joy. But when he looked at the burly man, his face was filled with shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. "How is this possible? After being injured, one's vitality will completely drain away until they die. How can he recover?" The burly man paled. He hadn't paid attention to LV Peng before, so he didn't know how his injuries had healed. "I said that I wouldn't let you die a happy death. Now I'll fulfill my promise." While the burly man was still in shock, Zichen rushed over. The broken finger gloves appeared and Zichen used his perfect strength to attack the burly man. Chapter 1087. 100% of Zichen's power was like hitting cotton, softly negating nearly half of Zichen's attack power in an instant. The remaining 50% hit the brawny man, but there was no reaction. The brawny man didn't even take a step back. As for Zichen, he was struck by the burly man's spear. The spear broke his glove, and with a clanging sound, sparks flew everywhere. Zichen was forced back several meters. Zichen frowned. He crossed his arms and took the initiative to attack again. A sharp fist light illuminated the world, and a terrifying fist light shot straight towards the burly man. Pung! The world shook once more. The burly man's spatial light shield was extraordinary. It once again reduced half of Zichen's strength. But this time, because Zichen's strength was too great, even though half of it was reduced, the burly man was still forced back several meters. The burly man who was retreating had a look of surprise on his face, but it was only surprise. His expression was more of a mocking one. When Zichen's attack passed through the light shield, it would be dissolved, but when his attack passed through the light shield, it would be magnified. So, even if it was a light strike, in Zichen's eyes, it was a full-strength strike. The two turned into bolts of lightning. They began a fierce chase. Light flashed again and again. The two of them were evenly matched. But it was fine if they were evenly matched. And from the looks of the battle, Zichen was actually at a disadvantage. Just like the demon ape, he was beginning to be afraid of everything. With the 3 pages of the heavenly book, Zichen's combat strength was unparalleled within his level. He was invincible. Suppressing a spirit body was something that could be done in a matter of minutes. But here, he first encountered a demon sovereign that was on par with him, and then he encountered this strange burly man. And what was even stranger was that the burly man was relying on this strange light shield to suppress him. The spirit bodies in the distance didn't approach. Instead, they watched from afar. They had seen LV Peng's strange injuries, and now they were even more afraid of the burly man. Especially the spear in his hand. It contained a strange strength that frightened them. The battle in the field was both intense and dull. Intense meant that the two of them were going all out, and the energy they released was extremely terrifying. Even spiritual bodies had to retreat. Dull meant that every attack was the same, and the two of them were unable to do anything to each other. Everyone could naturally see that Zichen had his concerns and had not used his peak strength. However, facing this strange muscular man and his strange spear, anyone would have their concerns. Moreover, the blue spatial light barrier around the muscular man's body was like a tortoise shell, almost impossible to break through. Su Mingyao's pale face gradually recovered. She looked at Zichen, who was fighting in front of her, and said, "Okay, you can go all out now." What Su Mingyao meant was that she had recovered from her injury. If he was injured, she could heal him. Suddenly, Zichen's aura changed. Thunderous sounds rang out from his body. This was the result of his increased blood flow. At the same time, it was also the result of his perfect constitution. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Zichen's body started to radiate gold and silver. This was the result of activating 2 types of perfect essence force. On his back, the thunder wings started to vibrate at a high frequency. Gusts of hurricanes appeared out of nowhere. His eyes were as cold as lightning. His killing intent surged, sending chills down one's spine. The muscular man's expression suddenly turned grave. He seemed to feel pressure from the current Zichen. The thunder wings vibrated, and with a flash of light, Zichen rushed towards the muscular man. Like lightning, Zichen arrived in front of the muscular man in an instant. Then, he clenched his right fist and punched towards the muscular man in front of him. Previously, he had used both fists. Now, he was using only one fist. At a glance, it seemed that there was one less fist. However, the power of this fist was several times stronger than before. In addition to using his full strength, this fist also carried a kind of indomitable momentum and an indomitable aura. On the fist's light, gold and silver energies were circulating. The aura of these 2 energies was also several times stronger than before. Boom! The fist light hit the light shield, and an explosion sounded. This fist was a solid hit, unlike the previous one where it felt like it hit cotton. If it really was cotton, then this fist was equivalent to squeezing the cotton to its limit. The 2 types of perfect essence force in the fist light exploded, erupting with a destructive force that was several times stronger. Under this destructive force, the spatial light shield on the surface of the muscular man's body sank deeply, forming a huge hole. At the same time, the entire light shield was constantly twisting and trembling. After all the strength was released, the muscular man's body was sent flying by Zichen's strike through the spatial light shield. During the process of flying, blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zichen with a solemn expression that gradually turned into one of shock. This was the effect of Zichen's strike, but the muscular man wasn't idle either. Facing Zichen's indomitable aura, the muscular man didn't retreat or block. Instead, he allowed the strike to hit him. At the same time, the strange spear in his hand broke through Zichen's defense and stabbed into Zichen's body as the fist light raged. The spear was very sharp, but it wasn't that easy to break through a perfect body. After expending a lot of strength, just as it stabbed 3 inches in, Zichen's fist light strength completely erupted, sending the muscular man retreating. The muscular man flew for 100 meters and slid dozens of meters after his feet landed on the ground. He was about 150 meters away as he stared coldly at Zichen. The shock on his face had already disappeared, replaced by a sneer. "You are very strong, but you are injured. You will definitely die." The muscular man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with confidence and smugness. Looking at Zichen again, golden blood flowed out of the bloody hole in his body. The blood was like pearls as it splattered to the ground drop by drop. However, the blood that originally didn't dissipate turned into golden blood when it landed on the ground. While injured, Zichen felt his tenacious vitality in the blood that flowed out. To be more precise, his vitality had transformed into blood that flowed out of his wound. After experiencing it personally, Zichen finally understood why LV Peng's injury had caused him to bleed far more than the total amount of blood in his body. So this was the reason for the strangeness. The flaming spear actually had such a strange divine power. It was almost like a legendary divine weapon. Anyone who was hit by it would probably die. However, Zichen didn't die. With the 3 pages of the heavenly book, he had cultivated the true perfect power. After many transformations, the perfect power had become truly perfect. Therefore, he felt a power that didn't belong to him in his wound. It was this invisible and untouchable power that was causing mischief. Therefore, Zichen tried to use the perfect technique and perfect power to expel this mysterious power. As a result, a miracle happened. The mysterious power on Zichen's wound was dispelled effortlessly. At the same time, the bloody hole on his body stopped bleeding in the blink of an eye and formed a scar. After a few breaths, it was completely healed and was as good as new. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone looked at Zichen in disbelief, including the spiritual body in the distance, the devil ape, and the muscular man who was full of confidence. Only Su Mingyao's expression didn't change much. She seemed to have expected this to happen. "You actually managed to break through the nomological powers here. All right, I admit that I underestimated you, but I'm afraid you won't be so lucky next." The burly man's expression calmed down again, but there was still an uncontrollable shock in his eyes. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly, causing the surrounding spatial barrier to tremble. Then, he held the spear and took the initiative to attack Zichen. Tyrannical fist. Zichen wasn't to be outdone as he clenched his fist and struck. This was a Khanate technique, tyrannical fist. It was extremely powerful. The boxing glove that emitted a blazing light collided head-on with the spear. A powerful force erupted once again. The two of them swayed before attacking again. Instantly, light and shadow intersected as they exchanged blows. Golden blood splattered in the sky. This was caused by Zichen's perfect body breaking through his defense. However, these injuries weren't fatal. Looking at the burly man again, although Zichen didn't break through his spatial barrier, his powerful strength left him coughing out blood. It was another evenly matched opponent. Zichen fought extremely strenuously. In addition, this opponent was wearing a turtle shell, making it impossible for Zichen to unleash his full combat strength. During the battle, Zichen used almost all the techniques he could. Of course, they were all Khanate techniques. However, these techniques could only restrain and not kill the enemy. In other words, the combat strength of the two was equal at this moment. Even if they fought for another few hours, months, or years, the outcome would be the same. Around them, the faces of the others were also solemn. This was clearly the first of the 9 stages of the human path. However, even on the first day, the Guardian's combat strength was on par with Zichen's. Wouldn't the following stages be even more difficult? At this moment, everyone felt that it was difficult to clear the stage. Ascending the stairway to heaven was even more difficult. I still have one last move. If it's useless, I can only abandon the other party and forcefully clear the stage. Zichen's voice transmission sounded in their sea of consciousness. Using the force of the attack, the two of them pulled apart the distance between them. Zichen clasped his hands together and began to form seals. One seal after another appeared, and the aura released from Zichen's body grew stronger. It's useless. As long as you can't break this spatial barrier, I won't die. And this spatial barrier is formed by the laws of this place. To put it bluntly, I represent the laws. You can't kill me, the burly man said proudly. Zichen didn't say anything. Instead, he formed the hand seals even faster and more frequently. Just as the hand seals were about to be completed, Zichen stared coldly at the muscular man and said mockingly, "When I was in the spirit origin stage, I killed a representative of the rules." As soon as the seals were completed, Zichen pointed at the burly man in front of him. The might of that one finger swept through the sky, shaking space. The void suddenly split open, and a thick finger imprint fell from the sky with boundless pressure. Light flickered on the finger imprint, and gold and silver lightning slithered around it like snakes. It was surrounded by a terrifying aura. This was the innate level technique, the finger of the Thunder God, and it was displayed by Zichen at this moment. It has the form but no power. There's nothing to be afraid of. The burly man sneered and held his spear against the finger of the Thunder God. A strange power flashed on the spear, and then it touched the finger. A strong force burst out, and the finger of the Thunder God collapsed. The burly man only took a few steps back. I've already said that this is useless. I am the law representative, and I represent the law. Chapter 1088. Zichen pointed his finger again. It was the same hand seal, the same speed, and the same amount of yuanli. The power was almost the same as the previous attack. However, this action, which was almost the same as the previous one, made the disdainful brawny man's expression change dramatically in the next moment. Zichen's attack was not exactly the same as the previous one. There was a slight difference in the middle. The thunderbolt finger he used was originally an index finger, but now it was a middle finger. Moreover, the entire middle finger was pointing vertically at the brawny man. Of course, the reason why the brawny man's expression changed was not because of Zichen's seemingly insulting action, but because of the extremely inconspicuous phalanx bone that flew out from between his fingers. The phalanx bone was old and clumsy, like a bone that was about to be weathered by the wind and sun. It was ordinary without any bright spots. However, it was precisely this finger bone that fused together with the finger imprint that descended from the sky. This fusion was extremely perfect. Because of that, the lightning god's finger, which previously had no inner substance and only had a superficial appearance, now possessed an inner substance. As for that inner substance, it was naturally the divine might within the lightning god's finger. This divine might was extremely small, just a trace. However, this trace of divine might was equivalent to adding the power of the rules into an ordinary attack. Whether it was the grade or the power, it was stronger by one or even several levels. This was the most fundamental change, just like the difference between the human element and the earth element. Ha! The finger seal pressed down on the brawny man's head. The brawny man felt the pressure was so great that he almost couldn't breathe. He gritted his teeth, raised his chi, and roared. The power in his body was instantly mobilized to the limit, and he held the flaming spear in front of his chest to block. At the same time, he still felt uneasy, so he mobilized the power of rules here again to form a stronger spatial light shield. After the double layer of defense was completed, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the finger seal with divine power in the sky had already descended. The thunderbolt finger seal was glowing, and so was the brawny man. The two rays of light collided under everyone's gaze. Boom! The two rays of light exploded, and the power of thunder raged in all directions. In the continuous explosion of energy, the spatial defensive light shield was heavily attacked, and the brawny man's body was directly sent flying. In the process of flying backwards, the spatial light barrier around the burly man trembled violently, as if it was about to shatter. At the same time, the flamed spear in his hand directly flew out of his hand, penetrating the light barrier and flying into the distance. The sturdy man coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as the light shield around him shook violently. Then, fine cracks appeared on the light shield like a spider web. When the burly man's body hit the ground heavily, the spider web on the spatial light barrier reached its limit and finally exploded with a bang. A single strike had broken through the barrier of light. When everyone saw this scene, they were completely stunned. The phalanx flew back into Zichen's middle finger. The flaming spear fell into the distance, and the muscular man crawled up from the ground. His face was filled with shock, and there was also a trace of uncontrollable fear. "You!" He pointed a trembling finger at Zichen, his previous arrogance long gone. "Die!" In order to prevent the burly man from breaking through the barrier of light again, Zichen decided to kill him immediately. He clenched his fist and threw a punch from afar. Gold and silver light flowed, and a fist light shot out from his body like a cannonball, hitting the burly man's body. Without the barrier of light, the burly man's true strength was only in the mortal origin realm. There was no need to fear him. In front of Zichen, such an existence was just a matter of one punch. The fist light landed on the burly man's body and exploded. His last struggle was in vain. The moment the fist light exploded, his body also exploded. In the sky, pieces of flesh flew, and a rain of blood poured down. It seemed that in this world, no matter who it was, the blood in their body would suddenly increase by a lot. As long as they died, there would be a rain of blood, and a lot of it. A finger and a punch had killed the burly man. The first stage had been passed just like that. It sounded easy, but in fact, it was not easy. LV Peng stepped forward again and picked up the flaming spear that had fallen. There were no more attacks along the way, so he took the spear back. Everyone looked at it carefully. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. After Zichen checked every part of the spear, everyone came to the same conclusion. It was a soul weapon, and there was no special effect on it. But just now, it almost took LV Peng's life. I think it should be because of this world. It has nothing to do with the spear. Not only us, but others are also like this, Su Mengyao suddenly said. Everyone released their spiritual sense and extended it to the battlefield that was about to end. As they extended their spiritual sense, they found many injured people lying on the ground. Their injuries were not serious, and could be said to be only superficial wounds. But the bleeding could not be stopped. It was the same as LV Peng's situation. As the blood flowed out, it was accompanied by the loss of life force. They found more than 10 similar situations. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that this world was very strange, very strange. In the underground of this world, there were lines of runes that covered the entire ground. Whenever blood fell and seeped into the ground, the runes would light up and absorb the blood. At the same time, the blood would be transported through the runes to the end of the runes. At the end of the lines, there was a sea of blood. Waves of blood churned in the sea of blood, and at the center of the sea of blood, there were 2 black figures sitting cross-legged. They floated above the sea of blood, and no matter how the sea of blood churned, they would not sink. These 2 were the 2 demon sovereigns from before. They did not expect to come here. At this moment, they were using the blood and life force in the sea of blood to heal their injuries and improve their strength. Outside the sea of blood stood the prince and the demon who had entered earlier. The 2 of them were guarding the 2 demon sovereigns outside the sea of blood. Prince, the demon sovereigns have not recovered from their injuries. Will they come? Looking at the recovering demon sovereigns, the demon asked. After a moment of silence, the prince shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be that fast. We flew here directly. The demon sovereign said before that those humans need to pass through and climb the stairway to heaven. But look here, the stairway to heaven has not manifested yet. It should take some time. The demon nodded and then sighed. I really did not expect Zichen to be able to summon the flame of life again. Even the demon sovereigns are shocked by his battle prowess. This person is really extraordinary. Speaking of Zichen, the prince's expression immediately turned ugly. Thinking of the fear he felt when he faced Zichen, a trace of hatred appeared in his eyes. He immediately snorted. It's just a human. Once the demon sovereigns recover, destroying him will be a matter of minutes. Zichen and the others did not know what was happening at the end of the runes. After killing the burly man who blocked their way, the surrounding spiritual bodies looked at Zichen and the others with fear and rushed forward. At the same time, the battle came to an end. The group of devouring wolves had all been killed, and many human cultivators had died as well. However, there were still many people alive, and they rushed into the depths. During this time, when they passed by Zichen, those who were familiar with him nodded and greeted him. Everyone stepped onto the second stage, but Zichen and the others did not, because they still had some personal matters to deal with. The seventh princess was stopped by the demon ape, and at the same time, a group of demons were also stopped. On Emolin's back, the seventh princess looked at the demon ape blocking her way and frowned slightly. She asked, Sky-splitting battle ape, as a member of the demon clan, why are you stopping me? The demon ape grinned and said, I am not a member of the demon clan. I am just a demon ape. As for why I am stopping you, does your highness not know? Or is your highness playing dumb? In addition to the demon ape, Zhang Haoyan and the others were also blocking her way. Su Mingao was checking on Zichen's injuries, and the two of them had not yet arrived. I don't understand. Are you stopping me because you want to start a war with the demon clan? The seventh princess's voice suddenly became cold. We don't dare to start a war with the demon clan. We just want to get back the reward that belongs to us. This happened not long ago, and your highness personally promised it. Don't tell me you have forgotten about it. LV Ping smiled faintly. Although the two sides were talking and laughing, the atmosphere had already reached the point where swords were drawn. Once someone spoke, it was bound to be another fierce battle. Among the demons, there was a murderous intent, but there were three people who were relatively calm. One was the seventh princess, the other was the middle-aged demon, and the last one was the seventh princess Mount, Emolin. Don't you see that we have also been deceived? The middle-aged demon said indifferently. That's your demon clan's business, we never get involved. I only know that we almost lost our lives in order to help your highness. We can forego the 30% of our power that you promised us, but we can't be less than the reward that you promised us. Zichen held the spear and pulled Su Mingao over. The two of them, one tall and one short, looked at each other, and neither of them gave in. The seventh princess asked, Do you really want it? Zichen said, That is what we deserve. The seventh princess smiled. Well, here you go. She decisively took out the promised demon illumination crystal and threw it to Zichen. Just as Zichen took it, the seventh princess said, Zichen, you have a strong personality. I like it. I wonder if you are interested in becoming the prince consort of the demon clan. Zichen frowned and did not answer such a boring question. After a series of laughter, the seventh princess led the demons away. Besides Zichen, Su Mingyao looked at the back of the seventh princess, and there was a little displeasure on her face. Zichen was the first to pass the first level and get the reward, but he was also the last to enter the second level. If the second level was as difficult as the first, Zichen was not worried that the others would be able to pass smoothly. If it was easier than the first level, then obviously, there should be no reward. This was Zichen's guess, but in this strange world, it was normal for there to be some strange things that did not make sense. The second level was not that difficult. Some spirits passed and successfully received the reward. The process was much simpler than Zichen's experience, but the reward was not inferior to the quality of the flame spear. Immediately after, the third and fourth levels were also passed, and they also received the reward. The guardians they encountered were not as strong as the strong man in the first level. After realizing that they had miscalculated, Zichun and the others sped up and rushed toward the 5th level. As they passed through the levels, all kinds of ancient beasts appeared, and they formed teams to kill the humans. There was more and more blood on the ground. As long as they passed through the next level, the blood of the previous level would automatically disappear when they reached the next level. All the blood was absorbed by the runes and entered the Sea of Blood. As the blood in the Sea of Blood increased, solid steps gradually appeared. Chapter 1089. Among the 9 stages of the human path, other than the burly man in the first stage, the other guardians were all comparable to spirit bodies. The burly man in the first stage was also comparable to spirit bodies. However, he was the representative of the rules and had a different spatial light shield. In this way, he was comparable to the demon lord in both attack and defense, so he was very difficult to deal with. However, although the guardians of the next stages also had the combat power of spirit bodies, they did not have the spatial light shield, so it was relatively easier to pass through the stages. When Zichun and the others reached the 5th stage, the place was already covered in blood. Many human cultivators had died. As for the ancient beasts, although they were dead, they did not bleed. Let's go to the 6th stage. Zichun and the others rushed to the 6th stage. When they arrived, they saw a group of ancient underworld tigers attacking the human army fiercely. Some spirit bodies also rushed forward under the great pressure. They were worried that they would be injured by the underworld tigers and bleed to death, so their speed was relatively slow. However, each stage represented a soul spirit weapon, which was the most precious weapon in the world. Therefore, Zichun spread his thunder wings and turned into a stream of light as he rushed forward. Wherever he passed, the thunder wings flapped and a strong wind blew. It was as if a storm was blowing on the ground. Under this storm, the formation formed by the underworld tigers was instantly broken. Then, the strong wind blew their bodies in all directions. Apart from the underworld tigers, the human cultivators who could not dodge in time were also sent flying. Zichun turned into a stream of light and directly passed through the underworld tigers in a straight line, rushing towards the stage ahead. After a few miles, a light flashed and a figure blocked Zichun's path. It was a middle-aged man in black with an extremely cold expression. He held a long sword in his hand. The sword's edge was cold and murderous. A strong and cold soul consciousness spread out. When the guardian appeared, it would not take long for the spirit bodies not far away to arrive. Zichun naturally could not greet the guardian, introduce himself, and then fight. He did not have the time, and the guardian was not in the mood. Both of them were the type who was in a hurry. After a brief exchange of glances, the battle began. The first to attack was the black-robed guardian. He held the soul sword in his hand and suddenly stabbed at Zichun. A sharp sword she shot out from the long sword, carrying a sword intent that was filled with dense killing intent. It went straight for Zichun's forehead. This sword was very fast and very sharp. The lightning wings on Zichun's back shook as he took a step to the side, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. This was a very clever move. After dodging the sword, Zichun rushed forward. The guardian's sword flashed again. Then, he tapped his foot and retreated backward. Obviously, he didn't want to fight Zichun in close combat. Zichun dodged and advanced again. The gatekeeper slashed again and retreated again. Just like that, the two of them confronted each other. However, in front of world speed, the gatekeeper did not retreat much before Zichun caught up. A fist shining with golden light directly shattered the incoming sword chi. Zichun flapped his wings and flashed up. A dazzling and resplendent golden light began to flicker as a series of beautiful attacks were launched. With every attack, a trace of golden light would enter the black-robed man's body. After hundreds of attacks, the black-robed man's body began to emit golden light. This golden light was emitted from his entire body. At first, it was very faint, but then it became dazzling. Pung! Finally, the golden light reached its limit, and the black-robed man's body exploded. Blood rained down from the sky. Zichun quickly grabbed the long sword and dodged the blood rain in a flash. From the beginning of the battle to the killing of the enemy, it took a very short time. When Zichen retreated with the long sword, the devil ape and the others had arrived. After the devil ape and the others, several spirits arrived. When they saw that Zichen had killed the enemy, their faces were filled with unwillingness. However, Zichen's battle strength was enough to kill the spirits easily. Naturally, they did not dare to say anything and could only enter the 7th level. Come, let's go. Zichen put away the long sword and beckoned everyone to continue forward. Everyone present had their own soul weapons, so they naturally did not need this long sword. In the central area, the sea of blood was still churning. A huge amount of blood flowed into it, and in the center of the sea of blood, blood-colored stairs appeared one after another. How did the blood stairs appear so quickly? At the edge of the sea of blood, the prince was puzzled when he saw this scene. At first, the blood-colored stairs appeared very slowly. It took a long time for one to appear. However, in this short period of time, more than 10 of them had appeared. In the sea of blood, the 2 demon sovereigns opened their eyes. The injured demon sovereign said coldly, "Damn it, they actually came so quickly. My injuries have not healed yet. I can't stay here any longer." The other demon sovereign said, "Let's go up. They have sealed us for so many years. They definitely would not expect us to have explored this space and even control some of the rights to use it." Before the blood-colored stairs appeared completely, the 2 demon sovereigns flew into the sky in the next moment. At the same time, the prince and the other demon sovereigns also flew into the sky and entered the heavenly realm. In a race against time, Zichen broke through the 8th level and obtained the reward for this level. However, the others decided not to give Zichen a chance. They rushed towards the 9th level together. Before Zichen, they met the guardian of the 9th level. After seeing the guardian, their faces changed drastically. They did not dare to move forward. Instead, they retreated step by step, their eyes filled with fear. Zichen rushed over with the demon ape and the others. When he saw the guardian of the 9th level, his face was immediately filled with surprise. The guardian was the young man who had appeared previously. At this moment, the young man was standing in the air, looking down at everyone with his cold eyes. He did not have any weapon in his hand, but just standing in the air was enough to force many people to retreat. The guardian of the 9th level. I wonder what the reward is for killing him. At this moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the young man. However, one was on the ground while the other was in the air. It was easier said than done to kill the other. Which one of you wants to die first? The young man in the air said coldly. At the same time, when he opened his mouth, the space around him trembled. Then balls of flames appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the young man. In the flames, everyone could clearly sense a destructive power. This power was unique. Such a situation could only mean that this destructive power was the power of laws. Knowing how to use the power of laws almost meant that one was invincible. Moreover, one only needed a thought to kill someone. At this moment, everyone saw how terrifying the young man was. When they met the young man's cold eyes, they all felt fear in their hearts. Then, they subconsciously retreated. When everyone retreated, Zichen and the others, who were originally at the back, moved to the front. The young man lowered his head to look at Zichen and said coldly, "You want to die?" Zichen looked around and realized that the others had retreated. He and the others were isolated. Coincidentally, they were targeted by the young man. This young man has mastered the power of laws. It's impossible to kill him. Why is there such a level? LV Peng frowned. At the same time, he signaled Zichen not to take the risk. It's strange. This is almost a sure-death situation. But since it's a challenge, how can there be no chance of survival? Su Mengyao was also puzzled. The others were even more puzzled. At the same time, they didn't want Zichen to take the risk. They signaled Zichen to retreat. Why? Don't you dare to come up? Are you waiting for me to take the initiative and kill you all one by one? Seeing that the group in front of him was about to retreat, the young man said coldly. The flames around him became more violent. The destructive power shook the surroundings. Zichen looked at the people around him and then back at the young man. This world was under his control. There was no way he could escape. He could only brace himself and step forward. He shouted, "I'll do it!" Su Mengyao and the others looked at Zichen and their faces changed. "Haha, there are indeed people who aren't afraid of death. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The young man laughed. "I think you're the one who will die." When Zichen was about to step forward, he decided to attack. And he used his full strength. As for his strongest attack so far, it was naturally the Thunder God's finger. He had practiced this finger for a long time in the Sea of Thunder. But he didn't know if it was because he had never met an enemy. Although he was very familiar with this technique, he had never triggered the finger bone. As for Zichen, he had almost forgotten about the existence of the phalanx. Only when he had encountered the burly man and used the lightning god's finger did he feel the presence of the phalanx. Moreover, there was a mysterious power coming from the phalanx. This power could barely be called the god's might. Zichen formed a seal with his hand and then pointed his finger. The finger bone flew out and merged with the thunder in the sky. It turned into a thick thunderbolt that was like a thunder dragon. Besides being powerful, the most terrifying thing about this thunderbolt was the god's might. The thunder god's finger descended from the sky. So, it didn't matter if the opponent could fly or not. It didn't matter if the opponent could or couldn't fly. It would be better if the opponent could fly. The young man looked surprised when he saw the finger seal. However, he wasn't afraid. He raised his hand and struck a palm toward the sky. Under this palm, the surrounding flame energy gathered in front of him and turned into a burning flame dragon of destruction. It pointed at the thunderbolt in the sky. Boom! The two types of energy collided and exploded with thousands of thunder sounds. The two types of energy began to collide and wreak havoc. At the same time, the god's might and the power of rule also began to collide. Because they were in the sky, when the destructive power spread, it also swept the young man's body. As soon as the young man was swept in, the light shield around him began to distort violently. It was as if it couldn't bear it, and was about to explode. In the sky, the destructive power raged for a full 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, it slowly dissipated. However, during these 10 breaths, no sound was heard from the young man. There was no angry roar, no shrill scream. It was as if he had died the moment he was swept in by the destructive power. However, no one was sure that the young man was dead because there was no drop of blood falling from the sky. Just when everyone was guessing whether the young man was dead or alive, the destructive power in the sky dissipated and the finger bone flew back. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky. When the destructive power dissipated, they saw the young man's figure. Then, they lost their composure and shouted, "You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."